Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is, of course, Charles Quasar Banks, and we are live. Splendid Saturday to you all. Welcome in, friends. Glad to be alive with you again today. I hope you're having a splendid one already, and that you will have a more splendid day from here on out. Good morning. I rarely get to say that. Very good morning. I do like streaming in the morning. It is very nice. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. I will say, I did rush to get this stream going because I'm in the beta of Diablo 4 already. The queues for the open beta yesterday, Friday afternoon, were hellish, literally. And figuratively, to say the least. I played 1 hour, I think, total, got disconnected twice, and, well, let's just say 4 out of 5 of the hours that I was trying to play the beta, I was in queues, which was not fun, but we did get to chat with the chat for a long time. But now that we are in the open beta without worry, it only took 1 minute to get into the queues, and it is early morning, so I doubt there are too many other people doing it. Let's just get into the game, because I want to see more of what Diablo 4 has to offer, and we're going to continue as our druid. So let's get into Diablo 4. Zoop! There he is, our big Chungus Edwin Druid. Because he's a druid. That's why I named him that. He has the same name as a very well done but also unfinished story by Charles Dickens. The Mystery of Edwin Drood, which was actually made into a TV series of the same name, where they actually gave an end to it. And the ending was pretty good, I will say, for it. So I definitely recommend for those who are Charles Dickens fans, please look up and watch The Mystery of Edwin Drood if you can. Alright. I'm going to pray, and then we shall begin. Very well. Let's do it. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Be with us today, Lord Jesus, and may this channel bring many sons to glory and daughters to glory, and may this be an uplifting, kind, joyful experience for all. Bring peace to this channel and all who view it. In Jesus' mighty name, amen and amen. Let's go ahead with Edwin Drood, the Druid, and we'll see if the game will actually start. Queued for the game, less than a minute. We haven't been kicked out of the queues today, so that is a good sign. Wind-swept cabin. I don't remember ending here. Oh, okay. I see what happened. So, last time on Diablo 4, we got interrupted. Oh, there's a chest. Rudely, we were on our way to the city, or at least the cathedral, whatever it is. And we made it. We made it past the checkpoint, but then the game disconnected right as we were entering the city proper, through the gate. So now we have been put back a ways. Oh wow, what is that? Is that an event? Those clouds? Those look completely unrealistic. But here's a chest I missed last night.
My burden is too great.
I have a lot of stuff. Oh my gosh. You know what? We'll get rid of some of the useless items. Pick up at least a magic item. Strider's hand wraps. Worse than what we have. Yes. Mark it for salvage. Mark that. Mark that. Mark that. It's pretty cool, but mark that. Mark everything. It's literally just about everything that needs to be marked. Even this. Yeah, literally everything we have right now is junk. Do we even have any teleportations? No, we do not. Okay. Can you redo the cellars over and over? Because I already did that one. Perhaps. Whoa. Graphics. That's a nice tree. This game does look beautiful. It looks great. I like it. We did already, you know, grind for loot and gold in these areas yesterday, so...
My burden is too great.
We're just going to... Oh, never mind. We are having us kill everything again. Good morning, Elfie! Greetings and salutations. I've always wanted to say that. Good morning. Thanks for nothing.
Let's go.
Thanks a lot. Let's go, amigo. Let's go. How do you do this fine, splendid Saturday morning? It is a beautiful morning here in Missouri. I do not do that much damage as a bear. I wonder why. Oh, I haven't leveled up yet my abilities. Let's do that. But a pleasure to have you with us, Elfie. Just a double every time. No. Okay. Alright. Let's try something new. Or just upgrade something we already have. That does seem to be the way this game works. Welcome to Diablo 4, the open beta. Being in on the morning queue means less queue times. Hello, Amethyst Gaming. Good morning, friend. Welcome in, Amethysto. Hello.
Oh, hi.
How do you do? How far art thou, my good ladies and gentlemen of the chat? I hope you are doing grand. Grandly. Let's just upgrade our base skill. That'll help a little bit. It is a beautiful morning both in real life and in game. Isn't that nice? There's a big boy. Not big enough for me. Let's drop some stuff. Where did it come from?
Never thought I'd live to see your worst.
Never thought I'd live to see all this. That is an incredible voice. Doing well! Huzzah, thank God. I'm doing alright today. I think, now that spring has sprung, I'm having a little more energy every day. I've been, going to sleep with the blinds open.
Should clear up when the storm has passed.
And then in the morning, the sun is what wakes me up. I have a bunch of alarms, but none of them work very well. The sun is much better at waking me up than any alarm is. So I've been feeling pretty good. Thank you for asking. Elfie is awake, lol. Is that actually true? You are awake. Well, huzzah. You're alive! Something to be thankful for.
The angel in Arius. I'm sure you've heard the Cathedral of Light babbling about their Holy Father. Well, he's real. An angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it.
We, as in you and me, you and
Let's
I.
not linger. Kiovashad lies just ahead.
Kiovashad lies just ahead. Yeah, this is where we got
I'm not ready yet.
desynced from the game last time. Disconnected. More enemies. I have a main quest line, but who cares when there are enemies to be slain? Demons! Demons! Ah! Yeah, my voice is feeling pretty well too. Surprising, since my voice was so trashed yesterday. What falls off of us? Is that fur? It's fur that falls off of us when we transform back into a human. That's great. That is marvelous. What a cute detail. Ooh, bite berries or gallow vine. Not a very nice name, gallow vine. Very grim, just like the rest of the game is. Kiovashad Gatehouse.
Not while I'm in town.
To enter the city, you must
We have no
first...
time for this.
We have no time for this. Oh, we have to interact. Okay.
Not while I'm in town.
To enter Kiovashad, you must perform a cleansing ritual. Meaningless, Jim.
Take
let's do it.
piece of holy cedar wood from the shrine and inscribe it.
This
with
is a
the
cool
seal
little
which
thing.
tells you.
Very Christian in nature.
Cast it into the brazier.
Write your sins or your fears onto a piece of wood and then burn it.
Will the light
It's pretty
burn
fun.
away your sin.
Maybe not Christian, but rather positive thinking. Religious, for sure. It's a rite, a ritual that can help one's mental state to kind of associate one's negative feelings with something in the physical world and then get rid of that thing. Burning it is the best. Oh, I already did greed. Let's do pride this time.
Right.
Yeah, the game knows that I already did all this, but it's forcing me to do it again. Because this is where we disconnected. Ba 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 ba! The music in this game is incredible. If you just sit and listen to it from time to time, it's amazing.
Good. You must feel as though a great weight has been lifted from you.
Yes.
Welcome to Kiovashad.
Thank you.
Not while I'm in town.
XP acquired. Quest progress saved. It wasn't saved last time, but I hope it is now. Oh no. Lag? That's not a good thing.
So, what did you write on a little piece of wood? Something about hubris or pride, perhaps? Well, it matters little, I suppose.
How did you know? You think I'm proud?
I'm off to the dry steppes in search of that pale man from your vision. I
The
must
pale
know
man.
what part he plays in all this. But first, I need you to retrieve something of mine while I finish my negotiations.
Yes,
A
yes,
merchant in
fetch
the center
quest.
of the city has it. Just tell him I sent you.
Okay. Lilith's
Track
return was
shoes.
prophesied.
Sway back. Cloudy eyes. This poor thing is practically crowbait.
With what you're paying, you're lucky she has 4 legs.
Haggling. I really wish you could zoom in this game. That would be fantastic. Potion seller. Hello, potion seller. I'm going into battle. I'm in need of your strongest potions. You couldn't handle my potions, traveler. My potions would be too strong for you. Oh. Third eye elixir. What does that do? 1 second cooldown increases dodge by 5% and experience by 5% for 30 minutes. XP boost things? That's weird. Alright. I'll make one. Or maybe 2, 3. Sure. 3-week iron barb elixir.
Blessings.
With thorns as well. Another question. Can we salvage here? No, we cannot. We can only salvage, of course, at a blacksmith. Yeah, I like this game when the sun's up. Usually, modern games don't look very good in the dark. And guess what? Most modern games I'm interested in are all set in darkness. Like Elden Ring looks the best when it's bright outside. As does every recent game I've played. Deadly threat spotted nearby. Once the promising... Oh my gosh. Grammatical errors already. No! No! Typos. Sheesh. Once a promised and devout member of the Knights Penitent, the heretic, Sir Lina, has renounced the light and now lives in darkness. The faithful should avoid Kilsick Plateau, where she has been seen most recently. She? Sir Lina? Can a female be knighted as Sir? Wouldn't she be ma'am?
Not while
Or
I'm
lady?
in town.
Not Sir? I don't know. What is this? The Occultist. I cannot interact with him right now. Probably improves things or gives you extra potions. Lots of merchants that I cannot yet interact with. Who will be returning here multiple times, I'm sure. Ice Leopold.
Aha! You must be the new hunter.
Welcome, Ice Leopold, to the Federation. And thank you for the Optimum Prime.
Putang ina! Si Optimum Pride! Fucking inang yan, Optimum Pride!
Hats off to Ice Leopold. Welcome in, friend. How goes your day? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming. Good morning. To Charles Chill Channel and my Diablo 4 open beta playthrough.
Ah,
I say that by faith,
hoping
hoping I don't get disconnected again.
Back. Knowing him, he didn't mention coin, did he? If he wants his weapon, you will need to pay.
Alright, I'll pay then. And you get a spiffing green bow tie, Ice Leopold. Glad to hear you're doing well. Lorath's polearm, while clearly old, its ornate blade has been kept sharpened and polished, as though it would be needed again at any moment.
Wait. The old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
No charge. Strange amulet. Do we have 2 quest items now? Yes. An old amulet of unique design. It shows wear from years of use. Perhaps it's a badge of office. Oh, blacksmith. Hup! Blacksmith, hup! Salvage all. There's nothing we need to keep. Boom! It feels good. Cannot upgrade anything yet. Not yet. They do like to level gate you a lot in the early game. which I guess is fine, but it doesn't feel good. The slow approach of progress is something that they delay a lot more in Diablo 2 and Diablo 4 than in Diablo 3. That's probably a good thing.
Ah, apologies.
Keeps the game interesting for longer.
You also gave me this amulet. What is it?
The Mark
What is
of
it?
Haradrim, an ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect Sanctuary from demons.
Demons.
These days, we are few in number. There is another Haradrim, Donan.
Donan.
His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his hubris.
Your hubris.
Sounds like he could help us.
You should seek him out in Skosglen. But
Skosglen.
don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me?
I'm going to the Dry Steppes to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see, you are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned.
The chosen one. It's always me. There it goes.
Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide. We just don't know it. Whether it is by accident or fate's hand, there is nothing we can do about it.
Is he still
The wanderer
talking to us?
lost in the storm, fed the blood of Lilith, saved by a lone monk. Different lives and incidents drawn together. By what?
Meow.
Destiny?
Oh,
Some greater power.
the floor
pulling the
texture.
strings.
Oh, it just came in. Nice.
I did not know. But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred. The Wanderer's connection to her gave me hope. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Find your purchases. Locations on the map marked with that icon contain new purchased items. What? Does that make any sense? Purchased armor, weapons, and the character cosmetics are found in the... Oh, things you buy with real money. I get it. Purchased mounts and mount cosmetics are found in the stables. Wow, okay. Pre-order now. That's where you they get you, I see. Alright, I am not pre-ordering. I will probably wait until the game
Not
comes
while I'm in
out.
town.
And then, see, because I don't have any money for this next month. At least, of expendable income. So we'll just have to wait. Petit Trianon, Charles Q. Banks in the morning. Good morning, Petit Trianon, my good VIP. Yes, the music of this game sounds like those you sent, the atonal ones. True. Has some tritones in it, a
Not while I'm in
melancholic
town.
sound. I love the music in this game so much. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Petit Trianon. I hope your morning goes well. It is going well. Oh, and thank you, Soul Jesse, for being the 1,140th follower of the Federation. I know he's probably not here
I
right now,
cannot do that
but we made it to
here.
1,140. I'll need to do another 12-hour stream when we hit 50, because I missed the 1,000 mark 12-hour stream. You seem concerned, Ministad Coffers.
Yes, well, Bozan has yet to return from delivering our tithing demands to Menestad. Perhaps you could sweep the roads and see what's taking him so long.
Okay. That's a new quest. Why not? Early stream? I can stay longer. Huzzah, Galaxy 716. I'm glad you're here with us as well. Good morning. Welcome, welcome to Charles Diablo 4 stream. Alright, we are now in the open world proper, alongside other AFK people. Gregor, level 6. Welcome, welcome. How do you do this splendid Saturday morning, friends? Yeah. Whenever there's a lag spike, I always freak out because we could disconnect, potentially. Here we go. We got Moon Clan warriors, or rather Ice Clan warriors. Man, that's not one-shotting. Uh-oh. We could be in trouble. Get rid of that guy now.
Low on spirits.
Oof. Excuse me. Now this is above my level, I think. Although they are level 5. Immune. Oh, there's someone keeping him from being hurt. Let's see. Did we just get a level and not? Oh well. We'll get our health back. It's fine. Fine. Oh wow. So many shamans keeping these guys alive. Went to the doctors earlier to blood work and everything showed up good. Huzzah! Praise the Lord. Alright. Who's doing this now? How many of these shamans do I need to slay? Man. This is tough. This game is actually difficult. I think this was definitely something that you could only do with other people. Or else I've built my character wrong. It's possible too. Alright, a little bit of loot. Yeah, you don't get much out of... Ooh, our first rare, ladies and gentlemen. Huzzah! Clap, clap, clap. We got golden boots. Wearer be blessed, keep steady feet and a true heart. Full resistance, lightning resistance, that's good. So what do we get now? We get another ability? Earthen Bulwark. Rocks around you for 3 seconds, granting a barrier that absorbs 45% of your base life. Cyclone Armor. Powerful winds surround you, granting you...
Daughter of hatred.
What? Who said that? Granting you 20 non-physical damage reduction. The winds rapidly expand, knocking back enemies and dealing 9 damage. That's pretty good. 15-second shapeshift into a werewolf and howl furiously, healing you for 20% of your maximum life. Cool. Debilitating Roar. Shapeshift into a werebear and bellow a mighty roar, reducing nearby enemies' damage dealt by 50% for 4 seconds. Increase your resistances. I like the Cyclone Armor idea. We're going with that. We now have a third ability, friends. Huzzah! Speaking of horror music, Petit Trianon says, I listened to a profane song on Instagram. The awful kind only Brazilians know how to do. Let's hope such knowledge stays there. The arcane, vile, evil, exotic
I'm not ready yet.
music of the Isles of Brazil. The Isles of Evil. Just kidding. I know what you mean, though. That's a funny way to put it. Early stream, indeed, Notorious Karan. Greetings and salutations. Good morning.
Oh, hi.
How are you, man? Welcome to my early morning attempt at getting into the Diablo 4 open beta. And we have indeed succeeded because very few other people are playing in the morning. At least where I am. And thanks for nothing, Notorious Goran. Thanks a lot. And thanks, Elfie, for nothing. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for nothing, friends. Can always count on you for that. Doing great and having dinner. Oh, it's dinner where you are? Dinner time? Where are you?
I'm not ready.
That went well. There goes everything. There goes the neighborhood. This game actually forces you to pay attention. I haven't died yet, but I have lost an event.
I do not have enough spirit.
Rawr. Why are you still alive? I slap you when you're still alive. What are those icicles flying through the air? That's crazy. Is that just an environmental thing? That guy had nice armor. Can I has it? Rawr.
The daughter of hatred, take you!
Zentora Bile Spew. Oh. Nice to meet you, Bile Spew. Can I have that axe? That'd be nice. Why are you still alive? Charles, but with a gentleman voice. I love it. Yes. Is there a reason? Blarg!
I need more spirit.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the power I have right now. My power level is not good. I'm guessing this is where the... There was just some gold there. This is where the world boss pops up. Oh, there's another thing down there. That's the cathedral? Oh wow, the cathedral is super close to the world boss. That's funny.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm doing alright, Notorious Goran. I'm doing pretty well today. Waking up with the sun. Feels good. I think I need to get up more early in order to feel better throughout the day. Okay, let's be cautious. Not too many defensive options in this game. That bear got wrecked. We can now see who is the better bear. The better butter bear. Oh my gosh, not the spiders. Anything but the spiders. Not one shot. Super sad. Just need better gear, I guess. Do we have better gear? No, they're all rares. I mean, they're all commons, not rare. Cask. Yeah, how do you do, Notorious? You're doing great. What kind of dinner are you having? That's what I want to know. What did you all have for breakfast this morning? If indeed you have had it. Breakfast is indeed the most important meal of the day, at least that's what I've heard. I think I agree with it. Gets you started. Icy Grave. I love the cellars. They're just a tiny little bit of battle content. Tucked away in a tiny 2-room dungeon. Charles is on early today. Yes, we are, Seraphinessa.
Oh, hi.
Greetings and salutations. Good morning, Seraphinessa. Pleasure to have you with us this early morning. Getting away from the long queue times by starting early. That's a lot to kill them. Wow. Oh, that was it. Cellar complete. Very well. We did it. We did it. Did it. I love breakfast. I had coffee. Coffee is enough. Coffee heals. I don't know if it heals, but it definitely restores energy. Let's say that. Hi, Seraphinessa, hi. Notorious ground rice with beans, curry Indian style. Perfect. Excellent. Well, good evening to you from the United States. Sounds delicious. I do love curry. And beans and rice. Especially Indian style. Well, I have had that. At every home for price, there are some internationals from across the world coming there. International ministry. Have potlucks on some days. That was cool. Got to try a lot of international exotic foods that I would not have otherwise tried. I like the enemy designs in this game. I think they're better than most Diablo games. That's an odd circle. Is there a circle there? Nice. I think I'm getting the hang of this. A little bit. We don't do a ton of damage, but we are kind of a tank. Charles, you are such a fashion inspiration. You're properly dressed even in the morning. Yes, not every morning though. When I'm not streaming or I don't have to get out of the house, I generally like to stay in my robe.
Blow on spirit.
Oh snap. Stay on spirit. But yeah, be inspired. Get up early and be ye... Is that gold? No, that's just a hospital. Level 8! Let's go! Level up. Okay. Now we can start speccing into new skills. Yes. Lightning Storm. I like that. Maximum spirit is increased by 3. Crush enemies between 2 pillars of earth, dealing 70 damage. Whoa. That's a lot of damage. Pulverize. Yeah, that's what I have. Let's go with Lightning Storm. I just want to see what it looks like, really. Now we are into an event.
May the daughter of hatred take you!
Drenliza Gorathief? Gorathiv? Wow, that's a lot of health that thing has. Ooh, rare armor. Let's go. Rar. Rar, rar. Give me that. Why are you running? Why are you running? Thank you. There is an event here, but I don't think it's activating. That's fine. Alright. Oh, I see. It's Lightning Strike. That you can channel. Oh, there it is. There's the thing. Ancient Obelisk. Inspect the Ancient Obelisk. Here we go. Your name Ocean. Greetings and salutations, my good Your name Ocean.
Oh, hi.
Oceans, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. That's a lot of bodies. At least they're not naked, like in Diablo 1. Be appreciative of that. Yes, take those obscene things down. Aha, feels good. Defeat the works of evil. Blood is the key. Stand in the pressure plates to satiate the obelisk. That sounds good. That sounds just fine. Why wouldn't we do that? Well, this is awkward. At least I now have a ranged ability.
I must wait.
There's one. Oh, we have a timed event on our hands. Man, this is tough for a werebear. Quickly! 2 more.
I'm out of spirits.
Oh no. Yep. This is rough. 29 seconds.
I must wait a minute.
Quickly. I think we did it. Did we do it? Yep, we did it. Ooh. That was tough. Actually, I had to focus. Oh my goodness. We're doing things, friends. We're playing the feud. Charles wins again! You went with the rogue, or you will be anyway? Oh, that opened on its own. Thank you. We got it anyway. So what is our rare? Oh my goodness, that looks good. Gonna get into D4 tomorrow when you have the day off. Very good, Your Name Ocean. I wish you luck in getting into the queues. It's a jungle out there. Yeah, this game is really good. There are just so many things about it I hate that are meta. Just the online only, $70 price tag. Always online, multiplayer, MMO type thing, but it's just a really good game. Back in Diablo Immortal, I went with Demon Hunter, because I'm a DPS. You are broken, you in Demortal. Demortal. Broken. Well, that's fun. I've never tried Immortal. I do want to try it though, just to see whether or not it's actually a bad game, as people say. I know it's predatory and has tons of microtransactions and, you know, Diablo immoral and all that, yeah. At least in terms of the corporate greed and mobile game nonsense. But if it's actually fun to play, none of that truly matters.
I'm not ready yet.
As long as you don't spend too much money. Or in my case, maybe.
I'm not ready yet.
Whoops. That's an explodey-doo. Explodey-doo. Good thing about the open world is there are plenty of enemies to satiate your bloodlust. Which means it's fun.
I'm low on spirit.
I'm low on spirit all the time. There we go. Now we're supposed to be able to have full health all the time, which is not happening. So what is this? 273 armor, 4 thorns, fire resistance, shadow resistance, damage reduction from close enemies. When hit while not healthy, a magical bubble is summoned around you for 5 seconds. While standing in the bubble, players are immune. Can only occur once every 90 seconds. That's a pretty good effect. Pretty good. Hey, new hat. More maximum spirit. That's excellent. Waiting for it to go on sale yourself, that is the best idea, Elfie. I probably will do that too if I can have some self-control. Diablo is your type of game. Bird's eye view style, yeah. D-Immortal is only bad PvP-wise, because that's where the pay-to-win controversy arises. I mean, you can skip a lot of the game with money, which is pay-to-win, even if you don't go into PvP. You avoid that and just have fun doing raids. Cool. I'm glad you can do that. Oh, we get a nice gilded cape. Skipping the game isn't fun. I mean, sure, but it's still something that is, philosophically speaking, reprehensible in the game itself, which could, for a lot of people like myself, be very off-putting. Especially if the game is very grindy. If in order to get to max level, you either have to pay money or play for an inordinate amount of time. Because that's where Genshin Impact gets me. It's like, yeah, you can play for 140 hours in order to spec out your kit with certain characters, or you could just pay $20 and get it immediately. Good thing you like grinding in an RPG? That is fair enough. I like grinding to an extent, but once it's like, okay, you have hit the maximum grinding you can do today, you can't upgrade yourself at all until next week. See you then! It's like, oh, come on. Notorious Karan, greetings and salutations!
For my master.
I love the hungry Paimon. And I love Genshin. I just don't like the timed issues with it. It's like you can only fight this many bosses in a single day, and if you do want to fight more bosses, you have to pay for it, or else you have to wait days. Never left, that's true.
Indeed I am.
I just saw
My God
Paimon
turned
waving.
Tried to choke the
Hi.
life out of me. All I could do before I lost
That's my
consciousness
reaction to
was
Paimon.
go over the cliff. I need to return to Kyovoshad. Request a night escort.
Bozan the monk. Are you Monk
Please.
Bozan?
Take the tithing demands to the merchant.
Well,
Talgun
our
in
character
Minister.
doesn't know. He has to ask. We know, but our character doesn't know. It is a funny thing, though. The diegetic things. You have to have a lot of information in order to know you're doing the right quest, but the character doesn't know. I mean, even if you know who someone is, you're not just going to walk up and say... Well, you could, actually. Monk Bozan, I know you. I was sent by blah blah blah. It's a conversation starter. Are you so-and-so? Beware, many lives have been lost to this canyon. Some say vampires lurk in its shadows. Oh snap. Why are there a ton of dead bodies crawling up the walls? Are those demon bodies? Ghoul bodies? Ah, Menestad, we're going to a place close to vampires. Yay, vampires in my demon game!
I cannot do that here.
Vampires are demons, technically speaking. Like, there is no difference.
Have many fine.
The only reason a
Another
vampire
time,
has any
then.
power is because they worship demons in life. And are resurrected by demons after they die. That's how the first demon comes into being. At least according to Bram Stoker's Dracula book, which is the only authority on Dracula or vampires in my opinion. Everything else is fan fiction.
I am so very grateful. I will need to make the necessary arrangements. Please, excuse me. How did this happen? I shouldn't be holding this in my hands. It should be.
Restraint, my lord. Restraint.
Ah, yes. Of course. Carry on, Isti.
I can't say I'm following what these mini quest lines are. But that's okay. It's not, for me, it's not about the story or the quests. It's about the action. Demon slaying. I like alpaca.
Oh, hi.
And thanks for nothing. Thanks a lot, friend. Welcome in, like alpaca. How do you do? Ooh, Blitz is level 16. Here's another quest, though. What do you need?
An arrangement I made went awry, and I was extorted by the ruffian Laskus for protection. He's camped somewhere near the pass to the northwest. Return the gemstones he stole, and I'll make it worth your while.
Ah. Tracking down a thief. Very well. We're on a completely different side set of missions. Oh, we can go to the blacksmith, though. Also, there should be something to heal us around here, right? There it is. Druid clothes have to be made of fur. That's the bare necessities. I did have that in my mind this morning. Bare necessities, the simple bare necessities.
I cannot do that here.
No, I know. I just want to inspect things, not attack them. That's the problem when the attack button is the inspect button. Why is the blacksmith over here? I don't know. We do need to actually inspect what we got. That would be good to do. Ooh, fundamental dream whisper totem. Who is saying these things? Mr. Charles, kill him. Kill him!
Do it. Do it.
No. Basic skill damage? I like that. Wait a minute, this has... I'm so confused. This says 35 damage per second, plus 4. And then we change out to something else, and it says 35 damage per second plus... 34 damage per second plus 2. I'm so confused. $25, $37, $26, $38. So this is technically better. So what the heck? I'm so... We get more intelligence with this. This gives us more basic skill damage. I don't get it. Attack power 81. Attack power 80. I mean, 81 does sound like a better deal. That is so confusing. How can a thing both be... How can two things both be better than each other at the same time? That doesn't make any sense. Well, this gives me 5 intelligence. Does that change the values of these things? No, it doesn't. That is so weird. That is so weird. Okay, time to salvage. Everything, really. I don't think there's any reason to sell them instead, because you get a lot of gold in this game. It's really nice. 50 damage per second. Can we? Yes, we can. Good. 3 to all stats, lucky hit. 3 to all stats, damage to close enemies. Worse. I like 3 to all stats for now. Let's go just find one in the world rather than paying for it. That's how it usually works in these games. You find better stuff out in the world than what you can ever buy at the shop. Oh, limited access. Progress the campaign and complete Mount Donan's favor to gain access to mounts. You know what? I may as well just do that now because I want access to mounts. We have a side quest to do, but we'll do it once we have a horse. I like how we walk out of the teleporter. The RP walk. Hello? World tier statue. What does that mean? Oh, you can change difficulty. I see. We're having quite enough difficulty as it is, honestly. How fares the city guard?
The new militia recruits have been training
It's night now.
day.
The night-day cycle is fast.
But I can't let them see me as soft.
I see.
Mind giving them a cheer for me?
I will take care of it.
Let's go give him a cheer. How do you do it? Oh, yes. I'll never invite people to party. What would I use that on? Wait, what? Oh, I need to customize. Cheer. Yes? Save changes.
Well done.
Well done.
The beast lives within you.
That is not encouraging. The beast lives within you.
Impressive.
Impressive. How much do I have to do this?
Well done.
Have I done it? Is that it? I encouraged the recruits. I told them the beast lives within them. Ooh, renown and XP. Huzzah. And we get another chest. Chests, instead of just straight up loot, is a weird thing. Like, you got a chest full of stuff that will go into your inventory anyway. Like, why don't we just get the stuff? It's weird. Nice staff. Cathedral of Light. Level 8. Well, good thing we're level 8. Are we going to fight things in the Cathedral of Light? Look at all those people just popping in.
Oh, glorious Father, thank you. Your light has cleansed the disease from my flesh. I am made whole in your radiance.
Oh. Take one stick of incense and place it in the fire. The Father will see your offering and show mercy to any of your loved ones that are ill. Apparently it works. Cool.
Father Inarius, bless the child that grows in my belly. Keep him safe in your light.
Worshipping the creature rather than the creator, I see. That cannot end well. Worshipping angels is not good. Children of light, be not afraid. Pluck your finger and let the blood drip into the flames as a sign of your faith and courage. Heresy! Blood sacrifices! Human blood sacrifices. Holy crap.
We were born in sin.
True.
Children of darkness.
True.
The Father's light can be sought through penitence and faith.
True.
Walk in the light.
Yes.
We must be ever vigilant against sin, brother.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Let the light of
Ah,
Inarius burn
that's the
away
monk that
wickedness.
saved us.
Let not temptation lead you
Saved
from
us.
his holy radiance. Let righteousness sear away corruption and sin. Cast out thy darkness, for only light must remain.
Cast out thine darkness, for only light must remain.
How exactly?
Is this the one from the west?
Yes, Reverend Mother. Did Lorath not accompany you?
He sent me on without him.
Putting faith in that old man was a mistake. What could possibly be of greater import?
Lilith.
So, you know. We have received word from one of our knights of a demon sighting in Gale Valley. The description matches too closely to the sighting in the west. If you would travel to Yelesna and take stock of the events there, you would have the gratitude of the Cathedral of Light. I had thought to send Lorath, but
Again, he fails in his duty.
with or without Lorath, the will of Inarius shall be done.
Shall it? Shallops? We are looking
Here,
quite
take the
something.
knight's report before you
The
go.
colors, my goodness. Yellow and purple. My word. Leatherbound note.
Reverend Mother,
Loot.
I received a report of a potential demon sighting. Horned woman near Yelesna Mines. Performed
Lesna
routine
Mines.
inspection. Nothing yet. Sent in priest and escort of knights. We'll report in when we find something.
You know Lorath.
His skill is unmatched. But as you can see, he's not so reliable.
He goes where he
It's
wishes.
not out of indifference.
He
He went off searching for a pale man who accompanied Lilith.
So someone is helping her.
Heavy sigh.
How easily the souls of men sink to darkness.
True. Alright. I will skip a lot of the story, I'm afraid, because I'm not sure how long I have to get through all of the content here. And I do want to try out some of the other classes as well. So, get the payment of gems from Luskas. Is that really all we're doing? What about Donnan? That... that music. So emotional. Oh, there it is. This quest cannot be progressed in this version of the game. What? Really? That's the one that allows us to get a horse. What? No way. Yeah, this is the one. Drat. I've seen people riding horses in this game. Is it because they were hacking? Is that what's going on? Also, what do we do now, actually? What is the next quest? Tarnished Luster? I suppose. Which is where? Whoa! Is that off the map as well? No, it isn't. We can travel there, though. This is good. Might as well go for it. I thought we would be able to get a horse in this game. Maybe we can? I hope we can. Donnan's Favor. Maybe that wasn't the one. I have no idea. I'm a little lost, to be honest, when it comes to that. Well, out into the open world we go yet again. I'm just holding a little fur thing. It's like a little rabbit's foot. Figures. Oh gosh. Yeah, every time we enter into the open world, there's a massive lag spike. Frost Wings, level 8. Dead. That was fast. Fight berries. Oh my goodness. These marauders are rough.
I need more spirits.
I do. And we get a cutter's axe. Is that good? No. Fighting marauders now. Ooh. Unity is nice. I am the better bear. Another quest. It's good to see. I just want to mount up, man. I want a horse. Running around like this is fine, but... Speed! We need speed. I have a need for speed. Pilgrim's Journal. Priest Matvey says I am ready. I shall leave Margrave at dawn. The journey will be long, but my faith is endless. Light grant me safe passage to the monastery, that I may better know your grace within its hallowed halls. A cold faith. Did he just die on the way? Oh my gosh. What is this thing? I don't know. Nice. I love just blasting everything around me. One-shotting everything. It is joy.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, just like that. There's so much wandering in this game because since you cannot see very far, you just have to walk everywhere without knowing what you are walking toward or away from.
I want your spirit.
That's a problem with an open world top-down game. At least my problem. Caravan under siege. I like these little events. They're fun. Oh, we have to keep them from being destroyed. I see. This might not be easy. If they're just wargs, and it will be. I have a skill point. Mortigus and Xanadu Peach have entered the chat. Let's go. Welcome in, friends. Good morning. Pleasure to have you with us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just realized I do not have any mobility skills. Man, this is hard. Although you can aggro enemies very easily. Just by hitting them once. What is happening? Am I winning or not? I think I am. Oof, that was close. Charles wins. Again! Yes, I'm actually getting some playtime in. Good morning, Xanadu Peach. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Morticus.
Oh, hi.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome. After all that, I need a bathroom break. Although I'm not in a very safe place, am I? Although I hope we can find a safe place somewhere. Stopping places are not very... they're pretty few and far between in this game, I've found. We do have a skill point. What do we get? Pulverize is nice, it just doesn't do that much damage. Can also upgrade the wind. Let's go with Pulverize. Yeah. Needs to do more. Oh, we got some rares. Chaos Splitter. This better actually be better than what I have. Intelligence, willpower, cooldown reduction. Nice. I'd say it is. And we got some Determined Wayfarer's Pants. For willpower. Those look orange. Very orange. I like orange. Not spending hours stuck in queue today? No, it was only 1 minute each time. Queued into the game, and then queued into playing the game. 1 minute each. And those guys are all inside of the ground. That was hilarious. So yes, it's been a very successful morning. I'm feeling pretty good. and having fun here in Diablo 4 for as long as the event lasts. Until Monday, that is. Of course, I don't think... Well, we could turn this into a 12-hour. Maybe we will. Oh my god. Bats. Are those bats? What are those? We got Swift Hunter. 15 monsters killed within 3 seconds. That feels good. Makes you feel like a boss, knowing how much you're able to do. Hit him! Got some hide gloves, so I can hide from my enemies better.
I must wait a moment.
I love how a ground slam is able to kill enemies that are flying in midair. It's kind of funny. But how are your mornings going, Xanadu Peach? Hope you're having a splendid Saturday. Behold the truths that lie within. What does that mean? Lie within what? The truths that lie? In other words, deceive within? The truths that lie. Is that not an oxymoron? Oh, I think we're safe here. Watch over my character, Edwin Druid. I will be right back after these quick messages for a bathroom break. Enjoy the break, friends. I'll be right back. Don't go away. Goodbye.
Adventure awaits! Huzzah!
All right, friends. Charles has returned. Huzzah. I'm ready to game. We didn't get slain. The druid was safe in his little nestle of woods. I'm almost out of green tea. Slap it, snap it. Ore vein. We've not gotten a lot of ore. And I've not been able to use it yet. Bats and wargs. Wogs. Wargs? Wogs? Glug? What is this? A greed shrine? Lovely. Let's use it. Money! You get money no matter what you hit? Because that'll be awesome. If it's real. Yep. No matter what you hit. Wow. World boss? Oh, no way. Oh, it's up. It's way over to the right. I'm not sure I should go do the world boss. Oh, we're in the town. That greed did not last very long. Oh well. Hey there, Comic Center.
Hi.
How do you do? Welcome back to Charles' attempt at the Diablo 4 open beta. Captain Anchors.
What do you need?
Nice name.
Brava sent me.
How do you do? Good morning, Comic Center. It's still the morning.
You and that nuisance
For
of
me.
a child both.
Pretty
Girl's
good.
been nagging us
Glad to
about
hear
that
that.
demon woman all week. Vigo's gone, looking into her claims. He should be at the mining camp north of here. Well,
16:30 for you?
Knights were
Ah, I
missing
see.
there last week, along with the girl's
Yeah,
mother
that's
and
pretty
another woman.
pretty late on into the
Watch
afternoon,
yourself out there.
evening, start of the evening for you. 11:30 here in Missouri.
7th. Lost a month's wages tonight.
Law.
Unbelievable. 10th. A woman came to the mines. Gave me a wealth charm. Crazy, but it worked. 11th. Daughter showed up. Relentless. Something about a demon.
Already reported it, but she won't give it up. What kind of services do you provide?
Supply of, shall we say, specimens for the clergy nearby. However, their desire for knowledge has become more dangerous to satisfy.
Hmm?
I require a host of intact ghoul hearts
Oh.
from the surrounding area.
Demon
There's something
organs.
special about the ravenous dead nearby. They can reanimate with only a few drops of blood.
Oh no.
I'd venture out and retrieve these myself, but I'm more accustomed to dealing with the fully dead. Your discretion is appreciated, of course, and you will be rewarded.
Okay,
I cannot do that
let's do it.
here.
Teleporter! Huzzah! Finally! Oops. Oh, we got a special doohickey. What is that? Where was that? How do I access that? There are lots of menus that are like difficult to see where they are to claim them. Where's my character? Got a log of wood. My logger. So, wait, where? Claim rewards, there it is. Triangle. Bonus XP and gold. This is the battle pass, ladies and gentlemen. At least kind of. It's called region progress, but it's in a way the campaign battle pass. It's not a real one, but you know, it's kind of fun for another progression loop. More quests? Oh my gosh.
My husband, Theodore, left our home in the middle of the night. I heard him talking to someone, another woman. I went to confront them, but they fled towards a strange light in the forest. They have been gone all night. I think it's time I went after him, but the forest is dangerous. Would you accompany me?
I guess so. I have a million other quests to do, but here we are. Zeleny Lowlands. Lots of enemies around. Ghoul Hearts. Yes, we can do both quests at the same time. That is so satisfying. I always like to try to do that in any MMO. Multiple quests, more enemies.
I'm not ready yet.
Oof. That's a lot of Ghoul Hearts. How many do we need? We don't have that quest selected. It doesn't show more than one quest at a time, which is a little silly, I think. Ghouls and goblins. Haven't noticed any goblins yet. These ghouls probably are the goblins of this game. We're level 9. Moving right along. Oh, someone's fighting. Who was that? Not a real person. Somebody doesn't know how to fight. Hell no. I got hit too. Yeah, I should definitely get my quests sorted here, because we're not focusing on the ones we're doing right now. There. Also, armor. And gear. That's a cool looking piece. But we're not using it. Not good enough. The music is super nice. I should shut up sometimes and just listen. Dead Man's Dredge? Do we go in? That looks like its own dungeon. Gnarled Timbers. What is this? It's its own little event. Too many things! Oh my gosh. Oh, he did. Do we have a time limit? No, we do not. Kinda nice. Show what we're doing. Destroy the blood blister. That's it? Okay. Can do. Got it. Blood blister blistered. Got him all busted up. Burst the blood blister. Burst the blessed blood blister. Gross. Vile. Oh! More. Oh. A cask? Yeah, I must say, I'm loving this game. I hate how much I'm loving it. Why's it gotta be so good? So we're still looking for Theodore. Slain monk. So many slain priests and monks and holy people in this game, it's ridiculous. That's one thing that I dislike about Diablo, is just how powerless the righteous are. But there is something somewhat relatable about that. It's like the psalmist himself complains about how often the wicked triumph. Something slightly realistic about that. But at the same time, the power of God is not displayed. Oh, I think we found them.
My sweet Theodore, may you know bliss.
Theodore? What has happened? Oh, heavens. No. No!
Such sights I have witnessed. Such pleasure. Such pain. I must have more.
More.
What? Fyodor? How is it that you...
More!
Please, go after that woman who did this to him!
More! 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 More!
More. What is that based on? There's a movie series. Hell something. Pinhead. Very much a Pinhead thing going on.
It's no surprise Fyodor was drawn to me. But I have given only what was desired.
Very dark.
His petty soul has been torn asunder by agony and ecstasy, but his flesh is unyielding. You will not interfere.
Why is his flesh unyielding? Oh, she turned in. Oh, she was a succubus. I get it. You were the succubus all along. Wow, that went well.
I'm low on spirit.
The succubus is dead. Couldn't stand up to a werebear, I guess. I kind of feel bad about that, but that was kind of hilarious at the same time. That rat. The woman was a demon.
If it's a reward you want, take the dagger from his chest and leave me be.
There's a dagger in his chest? I can barely see what's going on there. Wrenching dagger free. He's still alive. Ooh. Weapon armor upgrade unlocked. Hey, we can upgrade things. Huzzah. Yeah, it's probably the darkest quest line in any Diablo game I've played. Unless I just don't remember it. More than doubled the damage. Basic skill damage, though. -3 to all stats. Is it fast? It's not as fast. 6% damage to crowd-controlled enemies. That is a better thing overall. It's not even rare yet, so we'll go with what's best. Don't really have to worry very much. Chaos Splitter. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to our previous staff, our previous weapon, and then see. So yeah, this is 4 intelligence, 4 willpower, 1% cooldown reduction, as well as damage to healthy enemies and 3 to all stats. Or just this. Yeah, I think we'll stick to the faster choice. That way, we can get more spirit, more fervor, more swiftly. Your next pulverize will overpower every 10 seconds while you remain healthy. While you remain healthy, though, that's not very good. Although once we get this, then enemies will be stunned every time I hit them with pulverize. Enemies are stunned for 2 seconds when they are overpowered with pulverize. That's great. I guess we have to use this. We'll focus on pulverize until we find something better, and then we may respec. We shall see. Yeah, he's just gonna stay here infinitely. bleeding without death. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of weird.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, let's see. Ugh. What is happening? The open world is not safe. We could go into this dungeon and see what happens. We are level 10, ladies and gents. Dead Man's Dredge. Here we go. My cat is crying for some reason. Why you cry, precious? Why does it cry? Reaping. Level 10. That's the name of the dungeon, Reaping. It's an odd dungeon name. I love that hitting things in the environments, breaking things in the environments actually gives you spirit. Or your resource. That's really cool. Bare knuckle brawl. Let's go. What is that?
I'm not ready yet.
A pustule of explosions. Marvelous. Wow, those vampires went down fast. Whoa, that's a big guy. Lumber axe. I don't think two-handed weapons are good for Druid, especially if you're going like frenzy route. That I wouldn't know. I don't know what I'm doing in this game, honestly. Running around smacking things.
I'm not ready yet.
Not getting away from me. There seems to be some slight invincibility frames on the dodge. That's really nice.
Come to these hills to be in service for my master. Honestly, life and blood.
Oh, your skills cost no resource and have no cooldown. That's crazy.
Such strength. I was weak into a world no tolerance for it. I continue to be weak to feed my master. I know that one day.
That's really nice.
I will be reborn anew, his equal.
We got separated. My friends were cut down.
Oh, it's done now. Oh, there are more spawning.
I must wait a minute.
Can't take any more.
Is there no end? Who is talking? Someone who's already drowned? Doesn't make any sense. That's a dead vampire. Smite them with holy lightning. Love it. I like melee, but when ranged is so OP, I'm gonna take some of that fun away. Is really a lot more fun. Why? You were drowned in there.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead.
You were dead.
Think I can manage from here? Please.
Can you manage from here? Just going to run. Greater Radiant Chest. with only 3 weapons in it. I'm so used to Diablo 3. Giant loot explosions. Alright, let's see. Extra damage, lucky hit. But that takes away both doohickeys, you know? We do have 1 rare item. Intelligence and willpower with 1 cooldown reduction. Spirit cost reduction. And fast damage. I just need a better one-handed weapon. That's all. Why is this hand axe doing more damage? That's ridiculous. This white hand axe does more damage than what I'm using. Oof. Maybe we should have bought a better hand axe. Yeah, I'm not using two-handed. I've made my choice. Warhammer, though! It's a rare Warhammer. Oh, no. Oh, dear. 14 willpower. Vulnerable damage and damage to slowed enemies. Do we do slow? I don't know that we do any slowing. Overpower damage, though. That's literally 3 times the damage of this previous weapon. But it's slow. But it's rare. Oh, I hate that. We're doing fine without it, you know?
I must wait a moment.
Did he just explode himself? Wow. What an idiot. Idiot of a ghoul. Fool of a ghoul! I'm not the vampire, you are. That's a lot of big enemies. I'm gonna die. Run! The same thing was happening in Diablo 2 last night, where I was being slowed and killed for it. Did they wall themselves in? That's hilarious. This is going to be difficult. Okay, we survived. Aim at the enemy. He's just gesturing to me sometimes. This guy is tough. Finally. I'm seeing the issues with this build now. Alright, you know what? Let's switch over to the slow two-handed axe and see if that's better. I think it's really funny and really silly that you should be able to use any weapons if all of your basic attack abilities turn you into a bear or are just elemental things. Like, your weapons should be completely different. Like, you should just be using... That's a snake. That's a water snake right there. It's Charles time! Welcome in, Golden Guy, to the show. The Charles Chill Channel. And my Diablo 4 playthrough. Did I finish this place? No. There is still one more area to explore. But Golden Guy, how goes the day? Good morning to you, if morning it still is. There are only 7 minutes more to my morning. I've been playing for 1 hour and 42 minutes. It's been a good morning for me. I hope it's been so for you. If not even better than mine. It's afternoon for you now. Congratulations for the afternoon, Petit Trinon. Animus urn? What does that mean? A barrier has been dispelled. Cool. Oh no. Things that slow me. I hate that. Don't like being crowd controlled. Ooh. Got him though. No problem. Easy. Still morning for 7 minutes for you as well. Slept in very hard today. Well, that's, you know, sometimes you need that. There's no shame in it. You survived, Petit Trinon. Huzzah. For another day. For another moment. Praise God. Well, sir, is 4 living up to the hype. I've recently been playing Diablo 2 for the first time in at least a decade. Good for you, Stu the Sparky.
Oh, hi.
Good to see you again. It's been forever since I've seen your name in the chat. Yeah, Diablo 2 is still great, but I'm having an absolute blast with this game. Like, I'm enjoying myself there. It's exactly what I want out of a modern Diablo game, personally. It's like the progression roots, the progression of Diablo 2 with the responsiveness and movement of Diablo 3. The action of Diablo 3. Honestly, couldn't be better from what I'm experiencing. I mean, it always could, right? But in terms of what I'm expecting out of a Diablo-like game, this one is really exceeding my expectations, because they always come in with low expectations. Is there a Necromancer class? Because that's my jam. Oh yes, there is. In the open beta, the Necromancer is available. Correct. Oh, now we are freeing prisoner remains in this domain of evil. All the skeletons! Yes. All the ghouls. All the vampires, actually. Fur-lined boots. Even more rare boots? We already had rare boots. Resplendent chest. 1 item in it. I think that's really funny. And yes, the Necromancer does seem to be quite powerful. As does the Sorcerer. All the other classes, though, except for maybe Rogue, pretty lackluster. Druid and, at least according to reviews, the Druid and the Barbarian are a little bit underpowered compared to the Sorcerer and the Necromancer, but we'll see if that remains true of the actual game. But very basic gameplay-wise, this game feels amazing, and that's all that I care about. Loot progression is slow. And you don't get as much loot as you do in Diablo 2.
Bless you.
So, I mean, I have gotten, what, 3 rares? 4 rares? Ooh, the Grave Prowler. That was easy. Surprisingly. I did enjoy Necromancer for the Corpsplosion build. That was ridiculous. Very fun. But I like to get, you know, right in there amongst the fray. Ooh, a fur-lined robe. Another rare chest piece. What about rare weapons? And, you know, I guess I do have 1 rare weapon. That's a legendary! Ho ho! No, wait a minute. We have the legendary on. This is a rare. And it's better, defense-wise? It's not very good in other ways. We do get immune, as well as thorns. Oh man, this is where it starts to get interesting. This is where it starts to get complicated. Do you go with the rare that has better basic defenses? Or do you go with the legendary that has offensive traits to it? We got a lost pack. And 15 ghoul hearts. Correct. There's a stack of 10 that I don't really understand on the bottom left. Breaking things is definitely good for you. Level 11! Level up! Huzzah! Let's go. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's a ghost explosion thing. +8 armor. Spirit cost reduction. +1 to all stats. +3 to intelligence. The cold resistance, though, is really nice. Evade briefly grants 40% movement speed. Okay, we're taking that. Much less cool-looking pants, but much more useful. Sometimes you gotta go with what is practical, pragmatic. I didn't upgrade yet. Why do I always do this? I always forget. Rectified. And now let's level up. What do we need? I'm wanting Pulverize to just be the best thing ever. But we do need to upgrade other things. Increase your non-physical resistances by 5%. Cyclone armor sounds pretty good too. %10 chance to knock down enemies. Yeah, let's get Maul upgraded as well. Our basic needs to do more damage. Be more useful, because we're using it the most. Just a Little Spark resubscribed at tier 1 for 8 splendid months. Welcome back, Just a Little Spark, to the Federation. Welcome in. Good day to you. Good middle day. It is indeed noontime. Hats off to Little Spark. Hearts from Little Spark and to Little Spark. Thanks a lot. How are you? I'm doing well. It is a very good day. Just a Little Spark. It's very sunny and nice. Feeling well. Generally speaking. Definitely fatigued, but not the my kind handle. And yourself? It's very rainy and dreary there. Oh dear. I do love dreary, rainy days, but at the same time,
My bags are full.
I always feel better when it's sunny outside. It's just the truth. It's better to be bright and in the sunlight than otherwise. Wait a minute. I suppose we have explored this whole dungeon. Huzzah! PTS! Soul Jesse! Greetings and salutations. Welcome in to Charles Chill Channel once again.
Oh, hi.
We're playing the game. Huzzah! Without interruptions, so far. Praise the sun. attack speed is super low now. We did it! Dead Man's Dredge complete. Have unlocked aspect of piercing cold. I don't know what that means. Progress campaign in Fractured Peaks to unlock. So we unlocked the ability to unlock it? Is that what you're saying? It's a sorcerer ability. What? Why do I care? Can be imprinted onto equipment. Navigate to collections to view it in the Codex of Power. Okay. We have completed a lot of challenges. Huzzah. Fun. How are you, Soul Jesse? I hope well. Okay, so where is Veroka? Probably outside of this place. Is there a quick teleport out? Or do we just have to run all the way back? Or did I miss it? Whoops, sorry. You're good! Leveling your HC Sork. HC? I'm definitely not a Diablo aficionado, so I don't know all the lingo. Oh, hardcore! Good luck, Soul Jesse, good luck. What level are you now? Yeah, I'm not a hardcore enthusiast. 16 now. Getting on up there. Keep it up. Keep it up. How hard is it to do hardcore in this game compared to the others? Adds a lot of excitement. Stress, in other words, yes. I'm not someone who likes to live on the edge. I've done one hardcore character, and we were flying through Diablo 2 with a paladin tank build, and then all of a sudden I got one shot by a random elite, and I was like, okay, I'm done. No more than that. Would say it's easiest in D3, hardest in D2. Okay. How many times have you died on this druid? We have not died yet. It was close, though. Several times. And you'd still be alive if you were hardcore. Very true. But just the idea of losing that character is too crushing. You know? It's like the possibility that one could die and lose it all is depressing as it is. It's like if the game is easy, then hardcore it doesn't mean much, right? I always feel that your gear upgrades have more impact when you play hardcore. Yeah, you feel it, right? It's a psychological thing. Also, because you have to be more aware of your gear that way. With Diablo-like games, wow, that's a lot of ghouls. I have no spirit. Snap. I want to blast them all. Oh well. In a Diablo-like game, I just like to, you know, turn my brain off and slash through hundreds of enemies. That's what I enjoy about these games. I play Dark Souls for difficulty. Well, actually, not even that. I play Dark Souls for grinding, getting over difficulty. In Diablo-like games, it's more of a power fantasy than anything, for me. Of course, getting to the point where you are overpowered is rather satisfying in games like Diablo 2. But if you never feel like you ever get super overpowered, then feels bad, man. And if you die and lose all of your progress, then it's like, what was it all for? But I like permanence rather than immediacy. Like what you get out of hardcore is the immediate enjoyment of knowing you have defeated a difficult thing and could have died at any moment but won. And if you did die, then you still had excitement. For me, I don't care. If my character dies, then so does my excitement for the game. My character is lost forever. Play softcore for Eternal, as they're calling it now. 2. Eternal? They call it Eternal? That's odd. But I guess it makes sense. Diablo Eternal.
I cannot carry anymore.
Too many axes. I need to go back to a base somewhere. So, where are my quests? I have 3 back here. Oh, potion upgrades, extraction, and imprinting, and item upgrades. I see, I see. So where am I? Right there, there's a thing here. You know, it's probably best just to go back to the town. Why not? Get rid of our stuff. Now you'll see Eternal in the character selection screen. Oh, really? I did not see that. I like permanence too. Paragon was probably one of my favorite things about D3. Yes. I mean, it was cool to continue leveling up, but it did get very repetitive. Obviously. Even if your HC character died, you kept all your paragons. Your next character retained that progress. Ooh! I didn't know that, because I never played hardcore in Diablo 3. Okay. Blacksmith. That's what we need to do. All junk, probably. Yeah. No, all items, I mean. There's only one item that might have been good. It was a non-legendary rare that wasn't too much better. We can upgrade something. Do we have to upgrade something?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Apparently we do. She said, mm-hmm. Let's do this main quest first. Wait. Oh, okay. I've never used that before, so... Perfect.
I must
Easy.
wait a moment.
Hello, what have we here? Frick! Yeah, the damage upgrade is massive, but so is the slowness. This hammer makes my bear swing slow. It's pretty silly. Pine Hill.
More strangers in the camp.
I cannot do that here.
Stranger is only a stranger if he doesn't stick around. Or...
Are you Vigo? I was sent...
Main campaign.
Hey!
Who is this young upstart?
I saw. She had horns like a beast. Strode right past where you stand. I think my mother's trapped in there with her. You let my mother through, sir. Shouldn't you be responsible for her safety?
We have soldiers stationed inside.
You should be worried about them, too. Maybe you can help me.
You! Whoever you are!
My mother and I studied the Horadrim. We were onto something big. But then she ran off. It's not like her to abandon the hunt.
Okay. Reverend Mother Prava sent me.
She did.
The horned woman is the demon Lilith.
No, that can't be. My mother taught me that name. You speak of the daughter of hatred.
Did Prava mention me? She wasn't angry, was she?
There's more than your job at stake here.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
Alright, let's go. Into Windfall Hollow. First, let's break everything on the outside of it. Alright, we got some gold out of that, and a couple of salvage items. I'm a collector in these games.
The hoist is stuck. We've got to go on foot. Look out!
Hey, that's my mother's charm.
That was
on your
easy.
wrist.
It's mine now, girl. She gave it to me when I let her and her friend pass through.
Gave it to me. Sus. Sussy baka. This does happen a lot, where an ore node that you've already looted looks like it's respawned, and it hasn't. That's an easy fix.
Sussy baka.
There it is. Sussy baka. Catherine Naomi, thank you for the 5 bitty boos to play Sussy baka.
Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Catherine Naomi, my mod and top-added Federalist. Good day to you. Good early day from Charles Chill Channel. Catherine Naomi's. Good day to you and to you and to you. Are you well this splendid Saturday? Welcome to Diablo 4. How goes it in the life of Charles Q. Bear? Silly bear. It goes well. You're smashing and bashing everywhere as a werebear. This game is super enjoyable for that reason. Also, I woke up quite early today. Started streaming early. I'm not feeling half bad.
Beams are too damn old. Shaking like leaves.
The eaves are shaking like leaves. really ought to upgrade my lightning abilities. Those are really cool. Blasted them into oblivion. What is this wall? Is this good? Good wall or bad wall? Red wall? You are! Just got back from looking at a possible new place, though I feel guilty about getting it. As it was, a whole line of people were waiting to see it. That, you gotta forget about that. Gotta not even think about it. If everyone thought about each other in buying homes, no one would ever get a home. Everyone would just sit there waiting for someone else to do it. It's just a me thing. True. True. One of those things you gotta get over. You can get over it, Catherine Naomi. You deserve it. More armor, less intelligence. We have a lot of willpower. I really don't know what these stats are doing for me. Gotta be honest. Increases resource generation by 2.4. That's what intelligence does for you, and increases resistance to all elements. Whoa. Willpower increases skill damage, improves healing received, and increases overpower damage. Huh. We have a ton of willpower. Like, massive amounts. So intelligence is probably what I should be looking for. You may have slightly flexed the I work for a non-profit card. May have. Mayhaps. But Catherine, how dare you? Being arrogant about being part of a non-profit. It's kind of funny. Nice crown. Thank you. Yeah, I love the antler crown for the druids. Pretty cool. I guess it's like the Newman in Elden Ring. They are druids, actually.
Dead end.
They summon the spirits of dead animals and living. And they wear antlers on their heads. Diablo 4 stole from Elden Ring! Or they're connected. Well, she asked you how long have you lived in insert city name here, so I was honest and made sure she knew I had a job because landlords want to know. That is true. That is very true. It's probably not flexing in that case. Then, is it?
What's special about this place anyway? What would draw Lilith here?
Hell if I know. Trava doesn't tell us anything. No one goes in, nothing comes out. That's all.
No one, nothing, no. Nowhere. Just wandering around as a giant bear. Don't mind me.
No lift. The jam must be deeper down.
Locked.
Over
Really?
here. I can squeeze through to the other side.
Wait, hold on. And there she goes.
She just disappeared.
Enemies
You
approaching.
don't have an animation for her squeezing under a rock?
Fight's coming to us this time.
Maybe in the real game. Gamer Knight, greetings and salutations, my friend. How do you do? Gamer Knight. Greetings, greetings. Are you well? I hope so.
I'm not ready yet.
Got him. Okay, moving on. Welcome in, Gamer Knight. How do you do?
That
Squeeze!
was quick thinking.
Sure.
Some quick thinking. This guy has some pretty epic looking armor. Wonder if we can get that in the game. Everything you see in a game, you should be able to get and use. That's what I say. Max life. I'll take it. You're well, thanks. Just finished up playing a little Druid yourself. Really? Excellent. Hunkered down after a late season snowstorm, enjoying the Saturday. Oh, wow. Yeah, that does sound cozy, but I'm glad you're safe.
Leave you.
Stay safe, my good man.
She wouldn't.
Enjoy the splendid Saturday snow day. For me here, it is bright and sunny, like 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice. Nice day. Because then that's just taunting. I know! There's so much of that in so many RPGs. I am feeling very underpowered. Why is that? Is that just how the game feels? Efficient charge for the Necromancer, so you can indeed get loot for other classes that you are not.
Dead end.
Gasp. Le gasp. A dead end. So how are you enjoying Diablo 4, Gamer Knight?
Damn mind's caving in.
Will you play some other classes? Or have you already? Money! Gasps in Spanish. El gaspo. Probably actually means something.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, my spirit generation is not good enough. Intelligence is the way to go, isn't it? I do miss Diablo 2 being able to level whatever you want when it comes to stats. That is not a thing in this game. It's just fear. Which is simpler, but at the same time, I can say you have less control over your character's build that way. I love the sound of picking up money. I love money. Strength? I see. That's why what we're wearing is better. Intelligence. Did we just go in a circle? In the same area. What? Reused assets already. Not the worst thing in the world. Elden Ring does that. Similar caves. Even in the same cave, you get the same room over and over. But it is a bit immersion breaking. Give me all your money! Thank you, Catherine. I just noticed that. In the midst of the mayhem. Ow, 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 ow. Thanks for the bubble shield. That's my gear working out for me. Gotta keep breaking stuff to keep my spirits high. Which it does. Timing is off these days, no worries. Just by a few seconds. Oh, level 12. We got upgraded in the middle of the off-screen thing. That's funny.
Tortilla!
You don't need good timing for tortilla. It's always good time for
Tortilla!
I'm going to get some Heart of the Wild because I need spirit. I need it.
A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
Ring! Huzzah! Cold resistance, shadow resistance, damage to close enemies. Lucky hit, physical damage. A simple ring inscribed with a prayer. Shield me, Father, from crushing stones, from noxious gas and living bones. For if your way I do forsake, my life I offer, yours to take. Kill me! Do it! Okay, Vigo. Mortensen.
We're trapped without the hoist.
Also, thank you, Amadeo. Good to see you here.
There she is.
Applause for Amadeo.
What?
Top Hat Jam! Welcome to Diablo 4. This place looks almost exactly like Diablo 3 dungeons. Better, of course, but, yeah. I mean, they're in the same universe. It's fine.
That statue. It's her. The way I saw her.
Lilith.
We need to find my mother.
My character. He looks so out of place. He's massive, bearded. I'm gonna guess a druid is out of place if he's anywhere in society, right? He doesn't understand the idea of human burial, so makes sense. Thank you, Amadeo, for the Ina unravel. Huzzah! I love it. I love her voice. It's so good. More gold, trinkets and baubles. I thought I saw something down there. What is that hole? Frozen, too. It's getting cold down here. Random gravestone.
Over there.
Oh no, they're not gravestones. Barriers. Now these walls have fallen long ago. Can we not open this door? That's a nice statue. I cannot see the face of it because map.
At last, I'll ride out.
A demon body.
A demon.
How'd he get stuck in there? Silly demon.
Slain.
Silly, sussy, stupid, baka, dum-dum. Ore hoist. Am I the ore? Am I the precious metal being hoisted? Squirrel! Demons!
Demons!
Demons! Oh wow, one shot that guy. Those guys, say. More money! I'll take it. Always take money. That's just a reminder you can always give Biddy Boos, or subscribe, or donate to Charles Q. Banks. Click through the channel and you will find the PayPal donation button. And you too can give Charles money, just like in Diablo 4. Isn't that great? I'll take it. Take your money. Where am I going? Oh, I got a hand axe. Look at that. Aha! A new way has opened, I suppose. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's Kovashad. Oh, I see. Kovashad, thing. Teleporter. So I went out. Why? Why? Why do I want to go out? Can I not go... That's confusing. They had us go up the thing and leave. But for what point? I guess just to give you a chance to go back to... Oh, because you cannot teleport out of a dungeon. Alright. Alright, we will teleport away and get rid of our trash. And I need to get myself more water and go to the restroom. Okay. Alright. Sound good. Tukyovashad. Does that mean we have to run all the way back, though? Probably. Either way, I'll be right back after these quick messages. Don't go away, friends. The adventure continues right after this.
Adventure awaits! Huzzah!
Charles has returned. Huzzah! Okay. The adventures of Edwin Druid continue. Now. Fed the cats. Got a protein bar, got some water, and I've returned. I've returned. What is this? Oh, there is a zoom. There's a zoom! I didn't know there was a zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, zoom, 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 zoom. Thank you for the warm welcome, Catherine Naomi. Ah, there he is, Inarius. Classic Blizzard Angel design. Very cool. I'm very glad we can actually zoom in. That is nice. I really thought we couldn't. And now, the problem is, it's not easy to do so. Have to go into the chat menu, have to go and click it, and then do that. Anyway. Oh yeah, we have some quests to do here. Simple things. Simple yet profound. Now we can teleport back just through this, that's nice. Forgot about that. Works very differently than other Diablo games. I love the Eevee clap. It's so cute. He sells weapons. I like totems. In this game, they do work well for the character. Did we already sell the rare totem? I think we did. Yeah, we should probably just get rid of everything we have here now. 113 damage. Oh, that's still two-handed. If that were a one-handed, that would be amazing. Yeah. We are going to salvage, I suppose? Salvage. Hey, that's a proper blacksmith. I want to upgrade my equipment.
Let's have a look at you, Buckles need reinforcing. This leather's cracked. What have you been getting yourself into, huh?
Nothing.
Look, you live or die by the quality of your equipment.
That is very true.
If you have the coin and materials, I can improve it for you.
There's a necromancer's creature there.
Not while I'm in town.
No, I know. Wrong button. No! What? I didn't mean to do that. Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. I just wanted to look at this. See, there's a necromancer. Very emo. Necromancer might be fun. I'm just not a minion guy myself. Alright. All items.
That's good salvage.
Drat, now I do have to walk all the way back to the dungeon. How? 14 iron ore. We have 304? Wow. And 7,500 gold. What do we have? 29,000. Good. We can do that. Just for the sake of the mission. How do we do it? Yes? Can we not? Black Belt, thank you for the lurkage. Welcome in. Hello.
Hi.
Hope you enjoy the lurk. What? Does it have to not be in our inventory? Does it have to be in our inventory? If so, that's silly. How do we upgrade it? We don't hold it down. Gimme. I'm so confused. I guess we can't. What? Is that broken? Or is that... am I missing something? I want to upgrade it. It won't let me? Alright, I'm looking this up. How to upgrade in Diablo 4. Weapons. Did I miss something? What do you click on? What do you do? There it is. Oh, you had to... okay. Wow. That took a while for me to figure out. Just go down further and then use it. Oh my gosh. Well, we have an upgraded Entropy Wrecker. Which is good, I guess. Can we upgrade armor as well? Hmm.
Need something forged?
We can upgrade legendaries. Cool.
Unexpected. What will it be?
We do have a lot of stuff, so... that's the only legendary we have, isn't it? Yep, the protecting bone weave armor. I do feel like we will get rid of that sooner rather than later. Man, I can't believe I ruined my teleport back that way. Good grief. That is so sad. Alright. Off we go. To Yelesna. I guess. What is that? Stronghold? 25 plus. Wow. Wow. People using necromancers around here. Another quest. Hmm. Let's hope we're able to finish it.
I'm not ready yet.
Automatically, by just doing normal things. Doing things normally. I mean, why can I not attack? There were enemies quite close by to the city. Or the village, rather. That is not a city. Not by a long shot. Event? See that flying leap attack he did? Kind of incredible. Look at me. Is there a prey thing? There it is.
Thanks.
Thanks. Pilgrim supplies! We got it. Elixir of Fortitude and Weak Elixir of Shadow Resistance. I forgot to use my elixirs. That could probably help. In fact, I should probably use that as soon as possible. And yet I waver. Sure, let's use that. Why not? Yummy. That went well. Things generally go well when it's just minions and not bosses. Although again, I have not yet died. So I guess that's good, although I have felt on the precipice, ready to die many times. Lag! Let's hope it does not resist.
What is this?
Another quest? It's just quests upon quests upon quests in this game, that's good. That was so slow. You're too slow.
I'm not ready yet.
There's rarely ever a reason not to start with my regular ability. I passed it? What? Crossed a river I did not need to cross. Yeah, the game always lags in the same places. Dear... Oh, I'm sorry. Very useful little bubble there. Strider shoes, trash. Okay.
More strangers in the camp.
I wish there were a waypoint here.
Not while I'm in town.
That'd be nice. Real nice. Alright, now we may continue. Oh, wow. Enemies have respawned, that's good. I was wondering if there weren't respawning enemies in this game, but it seems like there are. Especially if you leave an instance and come back. I think in Diablo 2, in order for enemies to respawn, you had to exit the game in order for them to come back the next time you logged in.
We need reinforcements.
No, we can...
What was that?
It came from beyond the gate.
What did? I didn't hear anything. Now we can open this. Gasp.
The escort. They're all dead.
You don't say.
Over there.
Nothing to fight? Boring. Who did this?
Vigo.
The woman you sent.
It was one of the women you sent on.
She was a demon.
She wasn't human. She was a demon, like the statue.
The other woman, Venard. Where is she?
She begged for her life. Well, I spared her. Let her deeper in. Give up, girl. She's lost. Vigo, you must listen. Steel did nothing. Spells, prayers, all useless. Go to Corval. Tell Pro. Raise the army. The father. Evil itself. Mocks sanctuary. Do this for me.
He is dead.
Granddad!
Your mother told me this trinket would bring good fortune.
No!
She bribed you with it, didn't she? You weren't supposed to let her through at all. But it's not too late. She can still be saved.
Not by me. Not anymore. Prava will know what to do.
You're leaving
Vigo,
us?
you nut.
Abandoning her?
There's nothing left to abandon. She's good as dead. I'm sorry, kid.
He really just left us.
Nothing personal, kid.
It's up to us now.
Good thing I'm the chosen one. His spluttering makes it more difficult to enjoy his accent. Yes, indeed, Golden Guy. There's too much spluttering. Like the dialogue, the Diablo dialogue, does take a lot of time to listen through. That's the problem with having subtitles that show up faster than the dialogue. You can just read it faster than what they're saying, and then by the time you've read it, you're like, okay, I'm bored. Waiting. And this guy especially, it's just... It's good acting, but it's a little tedious. That is gnarly.
Be too far.
A union between demon and angel. Lilith showed me the ugly truth of our cosmos, the eternal conflict. Angels and demons have battled over control of all creation for all time. To what end? I asked, and she simply laughed. Maybe she didn't know the answer. Nervous laughter. Obviously, to what end is answered by the previous clause, which is for control of all time and space, right? Like, I don't see there being a lack of information here. Like, I wasn't paying attention. Lilith's blood petals.
How your mind races. Yes, I am Lilith, mother of sanctuary.
From one mother to another mother.
Of hatred. I have
what you seek. You hunger for knowledge. You dragged your child all over Sanctuary in pursuit of it.
Those petals in the foreground are so low, the FPS.
Is that what you want to believe? Drop the act. You have questions. I have answers. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
Everything I've read has warned me against you.
Don't be seduced by the goth
You've
chick.
read so much, yet know so little. Will you accept my offer?
I don't know. Will you let me try? I want to try.
Your mother is alive. She came this way with Lilith.
How can you be sure?
Sometimes I see visions of the past. I saw them.
What? How?
Lilith's petals.
Oh, that's a good quote.
Her blood was fed to me once.
Neyrala's like, I don't believe you. You're like, I saw a vision. Your mother was in it. She's like, X to doubt. Oh god. Oh, that felt good. Oh. Oh. Oh no, more lore. Lore! Lilith saw a way to escape the eternal conflict. She tells me it started with the seduction of the angel Inaria. See, she's a seductress. All this time, he was just as fallible as any man. No, you got seduced by the goth chick. Not you too. You're supposed to be the chosen one.
I'm not ready
He's just standing there taking it. Okay, alright. I mean, demons probably have a lot of, as we've seen in this episode, a lot of interesting masochism. Oh, hello. Lilith's statues all over. Lilith is Sanctuary's mother. Somehow I felt the truth of it the moment she said it to those knights. Now I know how. She used Inarius to craft this world, a refuge from the eternal conflict. Sure, you whatever you say, man, that can turn into a bear. You reek of animal dung and weed. Not sure I'll believe a guy with literal reeds sticking out of his hair. Gauntlets. Determined gauntlets. Magical gloves. I'll take it. All my life I've sought the origin of humankind. It was always her. From the union of angels and demons came the first generation of humanity. They were powerful. Movers of mountains, shakers of seas. Those are not humans, my friend. Those are Nephilim. Sorry to burst your bubble. Wow, I burst their bubble. Woo. 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 Lovely. Oh, treasure goblin! An actual treasure goblin. He's stuck. That's pathetic. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, we got him. He had 2 items in him? That's it? Man, that is super lackluster. Who? 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 Hoot. Where did owls learn to enunciate? Like that. Oh, a lookout point. Black Lake. It looks like a sci-fi futuristic area, not a fantasy thing. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm looking. I can look even better than that, honestly. Oh, it zooms out in order to zoom in. That's funny. I got a message. Alright. We'll zoom in. No! It remains zoomed out, I see. So you probably can't play through the whole game zoomed in. That would be a challenge run. Alright. Moving on. Oh, climb down, I see. I'm not sure that those actually add anything to the game. I guess it adds verticality. She was so proud in the telling of this part. Lilith and Inarius bore a son together, Rathma. He is wise beyond years, the first to untangle the power of necromancy. She says his lair lies deeper in. Now let's go deeper in. Is that supposed to be Rathma? He looks like a shorn Jesus. Max life or healing received. Does it look different? No. I like more life, thank you. Thanks for nothing, game. Thanks a lot. I need to get rid of this blood-barbed blade. Say that 5 times fast. Blood-barbed blade, blood-barbed blade, blood-barbed blade, blah 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 blah. We completed a quest within a quest. You know, you learn to tune out a lot of the information that is thrown at you so fast. So it's like, oh what? Oh, never mind.
So curious. You are eager to know why you were spared.
Yes.
Do you have faith in me?
I want to.
Why do you want
Good.
to?
For now, all you need know is that we are going to meet my son.
Rathma.
Music shooter, greetings and salutations.
Oh, hi.
He is
I'd like to be a lone wolf, personally, but I appreciate the invitation.
It sounds like they're searching for Lilith's son, Rathma. Together.
Mother, what are you
Together! That's okay. I respect it. I respect you, music shooter. I hope you have other people to play with. Ho! Demons. What are these little blighters?
Thank you, whoever. What?
Thank you, Catherine. Music shooter, I mean. I said Catherine. By force of habit. Demons!
Demons!
Now, thank you, Catherine. Wait, don't I have that in my... Hold on. Yeah, I have demons without the blurb. Like... The bits necessary. And yet you used it anyway. Meh. Take my bits. Fine. I shall take your bits. That's how it's gonna be. Are you liking it? I like it. It's fun. I agree. It's everything I want out of a Diablo game. Give me all your money! Yes. Please. Please do. Is that the bear from that new movie that came out? The cocaine bear? Yes, honestly. Todoku Dragon? Basically. You are not wrong. Welcome in, Todoku Dragon.
Hi.
We are basically a crazed hippie. Herbalist hippie. So, most likely. Who knows what he's been eating in the forest. Thank you, thank you. Yes, welcome, welcome. Yeah, my review of this game is that it's it's exceedingly fun, and the movement and gameplay is very smooth, nice and smooth. The progression is a lot more like Diablo 2, which is what a lot of people like, but I also dislike that you cannot upgrade or use different skills until you are level 7. Up until level 7 you are locked to 2 skills, your basic ability, which is just an attack, and a secondary ability, core ability. So, for a long time you are locked out of doing anything interesting, which is not fun. But, the slow progression upwards is nice after you've reached that point. Yeah, it's like you have to slot into things you don't want before you're able to slot into things you do want. And by that time you've already slotted into something and then have to respec already. It's like, why is that necessary? Why aren't you able to try out a lot of different things at once? Like you have 6 buttons. Wouldn't break the game's difficulty for you to have 6 abilities at the beginning at level 6. That's how many you should have. At level 7, you have 3 abilities. 2 of which have been upgraded twice, or 3 times. It's a little silly, but that's my really only gripe so far. Everything else is fantastic. But you know, I have gripes with just about every level up system that's not Dark Souls. Even Dark Souls sometimes. You agree? Yes. I think it's easy to see the, like, lack of complexity to the skill system. Like, really, you're going to create whatever character you make, you're going to create a build that is centered on just about 2 main abilities, and then you'll have utility abilities off to the sides. Where am I going? Okay, we're going the right way. Just have to check from time to time. Are we in Shulva Sanctum City? Because it is looking more and more like it the further we get down. Ah, it's Inaria, and Inarius, and Lilith. Kasama. To Kasama. Mikasama? What? What is this? Yeah, untrack that for now. Why? I'm confused. I think we just went backwards. Ugh. This happens in every Diablo game for me. I end up going in circles and missing the one way that leads to progression. Doesn't really matter which way we go. Smay! Smay! Smay, smay. Same. I do the smay all the time. Oh, hello. Crowd control is only good if you are the one doing it. That's a lot of loot we just got. Venard's record continues, but now in chalk on a bit of rubble. Lilith opened my eyes to the crimes of Inarius. He betrayed her, banished her. He sapped the power of her children. He's the reason we're weak, the reason we die. He ruined us because he feared us. We'll show him he was right to be afraid. Yeah, that sounds like something a good guy would say, hmm? Super nice guy, this, what was his name? Valheim? Valheim? Venard. Venard. The lore goblin. What is that? An armor rack full of useless stuff. You're just walking through enemies. Bleh! Backhanded that brute. Oh, there's another vile one there. Whoops. A bludgeon. A bludgeon. Is this better than... Yes, it's the same ring, just better. Weird. Oh, wait. More armor, less willpower? More strength? I guess strength increases attack power, or it can. More armor. I'm a tank druid. It's true. Oh. What is that? Why is that being a thing? Stop that. Stop being a thing. Level up! Yes! Hi, Sandstalker. Bye, Sandstalker. Now, the Sandstalkers are the same ones in Diablo 3, I see. Sorry to burst your bubble. Okay. We have two maces. I like maces. Maces are amazing. Alright, leveling up an ability. What'll it ability be? Xanadu Peach. Yeah. Level up party. Increase the range and radius of Maul. Expulverize will overpower every 10 seconds while you remain healthy. Can we get this? Pulverize all my enemies, yes. That'll be good. Catherine Naomi, enjoy the noms and the lurkage. Thanks for lurking. Talk to you soon. Appreciate all the lurkers and viewers. Man.
Locked again. Does Lilith know we're coming?
Too much lore. Oh, hello. Never mind. It's succubus time. Demon slaying. That was easy. Is that all there was to that? Yep. One enemy.
You've mastered your fear, but I still sense your pain. You miss your daughter.
She's just a Sith Lord.
She's scared right now. She must be. Go. Or stay. It is time to choose. I trained her well. You've chosen well, my child. To reach Rathma, we will need to cross a lake at the bottom of these ruins. As you wish, Mother. Good.
What did you see this time? I don't need sparing.
Lilith plans to teach your mother a ritual. One that needs blood. Your mother seemed receptive.
We have to reach them.
This guy's voice is great. Druid voice. I like it. Also, what are those things in the bottom left? I need to know. Like, Iron Barb Elixir and Enhanced Pulverize. 10 stacks, your next pulverize will overpower. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. They did apparently fix a bug that had you, when you go into stats, shows you only your, like, herbal materials. So they switched that, so that's good. They are listening to feedback. There go all the succubi. Succubi-bye. Bye-bye, succubi. Bye-bye, Miss Succubi. Get out of that. Yeah, we're doing more damage, it seems. Ooh! It's an oppressor from Diablo 3. He's dead. Same issue I had with the oppressors in Diablo 3. They die so fast. What's the point of them being so big if they die so fast? Man, this is good. I'm feeling good. I knew that I would. So good. So good. I got you. Bam, 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 bam. Blah. Blah. Yeah. Oh, snap. Thundering oppressor. That was a little more difficult. Appreciate that. Ha! 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 Harmonious, simple folks. What was that guy? He's dead then. I don't know where I'm going. I do feel like it is incredibly difficult to get away from damage in this game. Wow! Overthrown. Killed 30 stunned enemies. Cool. Reward unlocked. How silly my idle fancies of yesterday seem now. I believed in the Horadrim, but I was misled. With them as our champions, we can barely survive, but Lilith will make us victors. All my life I've been searching, but it was me that needed to be found. Aw. Good for you. Whoops. What? Stupid trap. What's with the spines? Who put those there? Albatrax, greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Charles Chill Channel.
Oh, hi.
Albatrax. Hello. Good afternoon, evening. How are you? It has been a while, my friend. Sashiburi, desu. Brander. His name is Brander. Hello, Brander. Is that like Brandon, but different? Seems like it. It's Brandon! You're fabulous. Huzzah! Fabulous as always. Excellent. Glad to hear it. I am quite enjoying myself, I will say that. Personally. Having a grand day. I am not unhappy. It's so funny that we can actually make the oppressor fall down. I guess a werebear is pretty strong. Oh, we got him. Yeah, they fall down a lot. Quite humorous. He tripped. Man, this game is fun!
I must wait a moment.
And it's not so crazy and ridiculous as Diablo 3 was. I enjoyed the ridiculousness of Diablo 3, but this is a lot more reserved, and that's good. Ow! Makes every single enemy more of a big deal. Or maybe I'm just underpowered, or something. I don't know. There just aren't that many enemies to deal with most of the time so far. Okay, I came to a circle. And we have missed something. That sucks. Let's just go do it now. We're pretty close to it. I love whatever is giving me move speed after evade. 15 gold. And an axe. I have missed these things. I cannot help but think how much more enjoyable this game would be if it were in third person. You'd be able to see farther. You would be able to see all of the cool stuff that's littered about the environments. Although it would take a lot more to make the game look good in that state. Can you imagine a third-person Diablo game? I think that would be interesting.
I must wait a moment.
Maybe it wouldn't be so much a Diablo game. But I think you could do that with the same basic mechanics of a Diablo game. Randomized loot, ability powers, skill ups, just in third person. Why not? Is there such a game? I guess Elden Ring is the closest, but not randomized loot, so... What third-person action fantasy RPG is there out there that has randomized loot? World of Warcraft. MMOs. That's true. I answered my own question. Most MMOs are basically Diablo, just massive open worlds. There go all the succubi. I'm glad you're here to clip these things, Catherine Naomi. And also that you seem to get such a kick out of them. That means other people might get a kick out of them.
This barrier. It looks like the same kind of magic as before.
I got you. Thank you. Demons approach.
I think I can
Demons! This is more enemies than I'm used to. It's kind of nice. Oh, are they attacking her? I don't know that they can. And then everything died. Okay. It's kind of nice. What? This is fine. Ah! I enjoy the more enemies there are, the more fun a Diablo game is. Because then you just get to cut right through them all. That's the fun. It's refreshing to get overwhelmed from time to time. Ah yes, you're one of those people. Gotcha. One of those people. What, a man? This is fine. Oh, I'm going the wrong way again. Okay. Sure? I do think it's a male fantasy type thing. It's like, yes! Bring it on! How sweet this taste. Lilith asked me to aid in a ritual. Sacrifice a priest from the escort. He had no fight. He just prayed as we made his blood useful. Forgive my hand. I'm still shaking. Power dances along my bones. I walk the path of the Maker now.
Not enough blood. Never enough blood. I will follow you to the ends of Sanctuary, Mother.
Hold on, I need to explore something. Oh, never mind, there's a wall there. Potential gold and trinkets, much more important than whatever is going on elseways. A dead priest. A huge gash across his neck has drained him of blood. Oh dear.
There she is.
Let's fight, lady.
Mother? Mira?
We all know what's about to happen. She tries to kill her daughter.
Beyond this lake lies
because she's
the
insane.
necropolis of the firstborn.
You must stop.
Let's fight.
Skip. She's given me.
Am I dying? Yes, I am. What? I was standing in a damage pool. Oops. Oh, I got stunned. Ah, that's a lot of damage. Ah, that's a lot of damage.
Mother, no! You won't take what's mine.
Okay. Forced damage. Dead. Good. And I have no spirits. Oof! Get out of there. I'm staying here for now. Why did I attack over there? Okay, finally.
Please! I don't want you to die!
What about me, lady? You want me to die? Dude, how many waves of this? Why is it always succubi? Ugh. Roll out. Bullet hell, my goodness.
I'm not ready yet.
Pit Lord is dead. And the lady is just fine. The girl that we came with. She's doing great. Yeah, this is a bit much, I will say. Especially for a melee character. Is that it? No. That was pretty tough. That took a while. Didn't die though. Huzzah. I'm sorry.
You were protecting me.
Were you?
I don't want to hate you.
I think she was trying to kill you.
I'm trying. I really am. We're going to make Lilith pay for what she's done. So we need blessed blood. Go back to your Prava. Get that blessing. Beg if you need to. Whatever it takes.
Why blessed
My
blood?
mother started this damn ritual. I'm going to finish it.
Why?
Meet me in the Mistral Woods.
Why are you going to finish the ritual?
The Horadrim hid a vault there. Finding it was her life's work. So much for that. Maybe it will help with the ritual. If not, at least I can bury her where she'd want. I need time. I'm sorry. Just leave me.
Leave me. I have no idea why she wants to continue the ritual. No idea whatsoever. Can you read about it somewhere? Like mother, like daughter? But why would we help her? Isn't it going to summon Lilith or whatever? I don't know. Continue my pursuit of Lilith. That's all you want to do, eh? Why can we not get out of here? Do we have to leave normally? Uh-oh. There's a heal there. I'm guessing something will happen once we start to leave. Right? Maybe? No? Wow, we just have to walk back? What the heck? Yeah, I guess we're finishing the ritual so that we may follow in the footsteps of Lilith to fight her. It's like, in all of the Diablo games, the good guys generally don't have a good reason for doing what they're doing. It's just like, okay, we need to do this ritual to summon Lilith so we can fight her. or summon this demon. And it's like, if you didn't summon the demon, they wouldn't be free. And then they free them, and then it's a big mess. And they have to track down other demons that also got brought in because of what the good guys did. So I'm guessing that's what's going to happen here. I'm going to open the way to Lilith, and then we're not going to be able to stop her, and then it's going to be all Nayrala's and my fault for whatever happens next. Yada yada yada. Oh joy! Yeah. It's so stupid and cliche, but I'm guessing, well, maybe there's a bait and switch, I don't know. Or else, just doing this satanic ritual will be a good thing. What? It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But hey, at least we don't have to kill someone in order to get blessed blood, right? 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 It's like, hey, can I have some of your blood? Oh, sure. Here's a bowl. Have a bowl of frosted bloody wheats. It's on the house.
More strangers in the camp. I'm not ready yet.
What is flying? What? Zeleni Lowlands. I do like traversing the world. It means you get to get a bunch of loot. That is fun to do, I must say. Flagon. If your sound effects for your flasks sounds like the word flagon, then I think you're doing well. Sound effect. Ooh. There it is. There was lag there. I activate my ability, everyone stands still, and then it goes off. We all just wanted to sit back and watch. So we didn't get a level up from that boss. Lame. Crit. We got a crit. Demons.
Demons!
And Seraphinessa redeemed demons. Thanks for that, Seraphinessa. What is this? Remember the brave strike, witches follow. Ooh, nice. Let's go strike then. Strike the fire while it's hot. Stoke, what is it? Strike the iron to the fire while it's hot. Something like that. How's it going, Seraphinessa? Enjoying the day, I hope. Ooh, Ents. Evil Ents, though. Why is there a ring around this area? Is there a special event that's happening that should be happening that isn't? Super! How are you? I am well. It is a good day. I am enjoying myself thoroughly. This is like one of those days where, I don't know, it's like, I mean, it is what it is. It is a Saturday where I woke up early and started playing video games early. The sun's shining, I have nothing else to do, and it's great. It is enjoyable. And a new game. For free, too. For now. Till Monday. Reminds me of my childhood where I couldn't really play video games except for on, like, Saturdays for a few hours in the morning. My parents wouldn't allow it, except for on Saturdays. Those were good days, good times. Mm-hmm. Feels like I'm slacking off, you know? But I'm not. Good parents, yes. And this is what it's led to. I play video games exclusively for a living. At least I'm attempting to. I've returned with the ghoul hearts. Yes, I remember that
Excellent
quest line.
work,
It was like
friend.
yesterday that we got it.
Ghoul-hearts seem to have captivated the clergy as of late. It's no surprise, really. Understanding your enemy is the first step to defeating them.
True. Very true. We got XP, almost level 14. And we got a little chest thingy-majig. Yay. Oh. Life's Bane, Galavine, Redamine, Redamine, Blightshade, Howler Moss, and Biteberry. I don't think we have anything to do here. Where are all of our quests? We have to go back to Kyovashad. We can do that easily enough. The raid boss, or the world boss, is up and is being attacked. How long does that take, I wonder? Kill the world boss. Alright, now we must get rid of all of our extra poopy trash items. Get our inventory back open and healthy. Honey, I'm home. Yeah, get rid of common. Oh. I don't have any uncommon, do I? Yeah, let's just get rid of everything, I guess. That feels bad. If we get a rare one-handed weapon, I will keep it. Okay. What about all these things? We can't salvage these things? Why not? That's so strange. I mean, I guess we need to find our chest, stash, put away these things in the stash since we cannot salvage them. Might be able to sell them. Where's the stash? There it is. Deposit. Blood-barbed blade. And some rare boots. Why not? 2 blood-barbed blades, though? Just need to get rid of that. Anything else we can do? I could just keep upgrading this weapon I have. 15. I really don't have anything else to do with money, do I?
Come back if you need
Well,
work.
there's always the possibility we'll get a better weapon. And if that happens, then those upgrades will be useless, I think. Did I need to use this teleport? Where are we going? I will say the direction for the objectives is not very good. You have to go into the map. You have to look at the quest journal. You don't just get immediate direction. Yeah. This is how, well, yeah. I think every game should have an early open beta. Free open beta. If possible. I know that's probably expensive, but it would be nice. You too, yeah. Allowing people to play a game that would otherwise be $70 for free for a while. It's pretty cool. And beyond that, people get to give a lot of feedback. Yeah, to see if it's worth buying, exactly. Like if there were an early access thing for Bleak Faith Forsaken, which I was super hyped about because it's a Souls-like indie game, I would not have bought it. Looks really bad. Do you think you will play with viewers when the game comes out? Probably not.
Not while I'm in town.
That's not really a thing I do. Yeah. What do I do
cannot
here?
do that here.
Oh, do we siphon off all the... Well, no. It's okay, are you a JW? JW? Do you mean JK? Charles can't come out and play. Yes, I'm a loner.
I cannot do that
when it comes to video games. I get too stressed out whenever anyone else is playing with me. Oh, just wondering. Gotcha. So, where do we go? Travel to the Cathedral of Light.
See that the kitchen is ready for tomorrow's service.
There was nothing here.
You've returned.
We came in here, there was nothing. We left, we came back, there was something. That's funny. I need a holy blessing to continue chasing Lilith.
The Reverend Mother will want to hear of this, but she's away at Corvalar. Seek your blessing there.
Oh, wow.
Everything is unfolding as Inarius foretold. Soon, he will be free to escape Sanctuary and return to the heavens where he belongs.
Will he be? Escape Sanctuary. In other words, he was imprisoned, eh? Almost leveled up.
I cannot do that here.
Cannot do that here. I mean, if you're playing the game, and I'm playing the game at the same time, and we see each other in-game, then huzzah! But, you know, I'm never going to go into voice chat on my stream while playing with people. Really. It's not something I plan to do. Yeah. You get stressed out when you do something wrong in a game and feel like I'm letting the others down. Exactly! Exactly. So you're always on pins and needles thinking, am I playing well enough? Am I paying attention to them well enough? Should I just do my own thing? No, I shouldn't do my own thing. I should pay more attention to them. But then you can't focus, and then you end up making mistakes anyway because you're paying too much attention on what other people are doing instead of what you're doing. Yeah. Especially on stream. I'm okay with every once in a while, in a great while, helping someone out in a game off stream. That's fine. Like, every once in a while I'll play with Catherine Naomi in Elden Ring, because she needs help in Elden Ring. But for streaming purposes, I like to keep it as chill as possible for myself and others. Yes. And you might be annoying them. Yep, you never know. Never know. Wait a minute. So, where to now? We have a side quest over here. We could just go do that. We also have an unexplored waypoint. Because I don't really know where else to go. Oh, wow. The world event boss is back up to full health. Someone must have failed. Oof. Oofus. Campaign quest level 3 Wayward? Wait, really? Yeah, okay, that's what we need to do. We're super close to it. Good. Still stuck at the giant in Elden Ring. Oh, really? At the beginning? Your return to town portal will be closed once you leave town. Oh, that's fine. Well, you don't really have to kill the giant in order to progress. I mean, killing giants is something you'll need to grind doing, because they give the most runes, but it's definitely not the thing that you have to do right now. There are caves with Faram Agila beastmen in them, close to the start. There's also a catacomb with a watchdog you need to kill. We'll give you a few thousand runes. Okay, so we're just searching here. We're looking for Neyrel. There she is. Nope, that's not her. That's somebody, though. Who the heck is that? Yes, stubborn perseverance does help. Sometimes. I mean, you can get through all of Elden Ring without leveling. It's possible if you are that stubborn and that patient. But it's not necessary. You can grind elsewhere. Grind those Godric soldiers. Till you've gotten enough strength or dexterity, whatever your damage dealing type is. What is your class, music shooter? What is your class in here? People like to think that your starting class does not matter. It does. It does. Until you can respec, your class does matter a lot. In Elden Ring. And in every Souls game. Determines what starting stats to focus on. Oh, we got a level, that's right. Okay, we can get a new ability. What are these? What are these? Companion skills. Oh. Wolves. Vine creepers. Ravens. I'm not sure I'm a summoner. Wait. Gain 2 spirit when transforming into human form. What? That's interesting. It's very interesting. I mean, I do think either Cyclone Armor or one of my other abilities needs to be upgraded. There's so many things to upgrade. Basic skills generate 10% more spirit. I think that would be good. Overpowers. Enemies are stunned. I think, yeah, I need to focus on my Cyclone Armor. For now. For now. Oh, we can also slow them in the next level.
There's something strange going on here.
There is a dungeon here.
Neyrel must be nearby.
Darkened Holt. I used this place as a little shelter once. Didn't know there was a whole dungeon associated with it. Call it a dungeon, it's more like an instance. It's the same difference. Nice. Whenever I get to use my spells, my big abilities, everything dies. as it should be. See, they better not change what I like about this game when the game comes out. That's the only thing I fear. It's a great game right now. I love it. I'm addicted. But they could do that. You never know. M&C Gamers, greetings and salutations. Thank you for coming and thank you for lurking during dinner. Dinner theater! That is a healthy rate. Ranged abilities are very helpful. Rawr! Appreciate you being here, M&C Gamers. I would love to know what you're eating, but don't let me interrupt your meal. Okay. Not terrible. Not great, but not terrible. I need to wait till my cooldowns come back before I actually start in on more enemies. Fully equipped! Huzzah! We got a thing. Where'd it go? Did that kill it? Dang. Killing ghosts now. Red ghosts. How are you? How's the game? I am well today, M&C Gamers. I started out very early today, in the morning in fact. And I've been playing ever since. 3 hours. 4 hours, just about. And it is good. The game is great. Like, the game is really fun. It's easy to pick up and play, but also challenging to stay alive in some situations against bosses. And, yeah, the gameplay is fluid, and you do feel like a boss most of the time. But one of the worst things I disliked about Path of Exile is you had hundreds, yea, millions of minions that did barely any damage to you, and you did tons of damage to, usually one-shotting all of them. So, when you got to a boss, you expected it to be easy, but it was like the hardest thing in the world. So those millions of enemies that you fought had nothing to do with the difficulty of the area, they're just there for you to level up on and don't prepare you for a boss. In this game, every enemy is pretty healthy and has, you know, damage to do, abilities that they wield. And so even a small group of enemies can be a challenge to overtake. It's nice. Noticed you jumped on early. Sorry I didn't come on. I started Resi 2 today. Ooh! Very nice. Are you enjoying that? I'm glad that you are streaming today. That's excellent. If anyone has not already considered following M&C Gamers, they are indeed some very beautiful Scottish folk.
You're stuck in an illusion created by the Horadrim.
Hi.
The portal will lead you through this crude trap.
What? Excuse me? You are the dog, the demon dog I saw in the vision at the beginning of the game. Interesting. We will enter the portal once I come back from bathroom break. Let's go, amigos. I'll be right back after these quick messages. Don't go away. The adventure continues right after this. See ya.
Adventure awaits! Huzzah!
Let's go, amigo! Let's go! Okay. Going?
Okay, friends. Charles has returned with water. Huzzah! I'm back. For more demon slaying. Into the fiery portal we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just go. We walk through it.
No harm will come to you here.
Vision of Tristram? We're in Tristram? It's a vision of Tristram, though. A warped, hellish Tristram. Oh. That's a thing. What am I looking at? Oh. It's like a vision of a person that's kind of in the world, kind of not. A ghostly visage. Huh. Can we get burned by the fire? No. He's right. Cannot get burned by it. The lighting is great in this game. He's really good. This sure is Tristram. I can tell because fountain.
Who are you?
Who are you?
An admirer of sorts. I saved you in the mountains. You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me. Why are you helping me? Oh, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim.
So you want me to follow you?
Always ends in fire and death.
He's a cute doggy. Outside of his face being gone.
Open the door.
Yeah, he's still cute. He's got puppo paws. Well, we're opening the door. The living gate. Ooh, fleshy. Squishy. Why is Tristram in hell? Or is this what will happen if we fail? Or something like that. Now there's a giant over there in torment. Very nice. See, that's the thing I expect to see in Diablo games.
Why are you telling me all this? To warn you. A day will come when the Horadrim stumble. Don't be there when they do. The portal will lead you to that little girl you're looking for.
She's not a little girl, she's just a girl. So yes, he's trying to warn me off, I see. It's not going to work. I throw myself into danger. And I go away from it. The Horadrim's illusion? Illusion of what?
There you are.
Is this actually Tristram and it's in hell and the Horadrim are just... I have no idea what's going on.
I think I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on. The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods.
So she's like Zorro from One Piece. Always getting lost. And always wandering off. Screw your supply bins.
Someone toying with us. This is a maze. Now this.
Nice, stun. Well, that was fine. Oh, now we get to interact with the three-faced statue. I was wondering when that would happen. It's a teleporter. I see. Chest! Money. Not a whole lot of loot in this game, I'm surprised.
I see. The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion.
Oh.
We must be close.
Poor bats. Poor giant demon bats. Fractured Peaks Renown. Area
Finally,
discovered.
The Horadric Vault.
Horadric Vault? Ah, the Horadric Vault, yes. That's not it. That is not it. Music's good. Music's good to listen to. A face in the bowl of a tree.
Not what I expected. But let's not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell, to help us cross the Black Lake and stop Lilith.
How you were planning to stop Lilith, quote unquote. She's just this game's Leah from Diablo 3. Maybe she'll turn into Diablo in Act 5. That's what I'm expecting. Usually Diablo shows up in Act 4, at the end of Act 4, and then the expansion has to finish off with another evil thing. But I hope they keep Diablo for Act 5. Why were you and your mother looking for this place?
You assume we're treasure hunters, don't you?
I don't assume anything.
Assuming anything. I just want some answers.
Exactly.
Look.
My thoughts.
Ever since I can remember, my mother took me around looking for Horadric artifacts. It was an obsession. And when she learned of this vault and wanted to find it, I couldn't say no.
Okay, so you don't know why we are here either.
She was sick. Tried to hide it from me, but I knew she didn't have long left.
Trying to cheat
This
death.
sort of thing. The hunt. It made her happy. It made me happy too. You have the answers you wanted now?
So you are treasure hunters. That's all. Like, what? What the heck? Why so testy? It's like, what? This old cooking pot is lined with rust. Ah, sad. Quill rats. Greetings and salutations, Krillip. Yes, Diablo is working today. I don't know why. I feel like most people would be off on Saturdays, but here we are. Playing it. Nice mirror. And we've not been disconnected once. Only took a couple of minutes to get into the queue. And he's good. He's working out well. How are you, Krillip? My good VIP. Having a splendid Saturday, I hope. Yeah, I've been playing this for 4 hours. Started in the morning. I think that helps.
This is... I think it's written in Horadric code. And here, the same symbol on the door. I have an idea. You might want to take a step back.
I hated how they always have like magic systems that they don't always fully explain, and then they're just like, oh yes, this here and this code and it's like, okay, lowest amount of effort possible. Mathematics and astronomy. Each page is lined with commentary on star charts and prophecies. Ah, astrologers. Astrology. Donan brought a book on his visit. We know Donan. We heard of him from... what's-his-face? Lorath. The writing is ancient, a scroll from the Vizgere. Lorath will not be pleased. Well, there he is, Lorath. But if I'm to fight by his side one day, I need to study everything. Lorath is wise, but he's cautious. I'll prove myself to him yet. That doesn't sound good.
Hey! Wait for me!
Okay. Fine. You wait for me now, Missy. Ooh! A thing. A machine. And occult symbols. Illuminati! Can you open this door?
It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
Why indeed?
Way to find out.
Of course. We can't let anything stop our pursuit of Lilith.
Only one way to find out.
I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster that way.
Splitting up, yes, always the best thing to do.
Side of the door.
Fine.
Yeah.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake.
Man. Narelle is an idiot. What does she think we can do against Lilith? Like, what? Like, she has no idea. She's like, let's go! Idaho! It's so silly. It's the most basic of, like, plot lines ever. Just like, a young girl's mother goes missing. No one will help. Turns out the Haradrim are concealing the tombs of Lilith and Inarius, or at least the underground dungeons, showing the secrets of their union. And now she wants you to fight Lilith for her, and you go on an adventure to find her. And there are obstacles, but you get over them real easy for some reason. It's really amateurish writing. Like, I could definitely do better. Why is it always like this with Diablo games? I mean, I think Diablo 2 is much better in writing. Even that one had plot holes. Like, the Diablo story has never been good. After having played Diablo 1 and 2, the only thing anyone ever remembers from Diablo storylines is Deckard Cain and the twist at the end of every game. There's always a twist. But everything in between is just stupid, Deus Ex, MacGuffin drivel. Like, why are we able to be in here? Because Narel's mother knew things. She researched the Haradrim all her life, and now she knows. But she also doesn't even know what she's looking for. So why would she come here? There's not enough information. Not enough good motivations for things to be happening. I like the fact that the Druid seems to be pretty, you know, no nonsense. Just like, you need my help, I'll help you. Just tell me what to do, where to go. We're not going to split up and have you looking and get yourself killed. I'll do that myself. Of course, if he dies, then what? What is she gonna do? Just stand around waiting for the rest of her life? For me to come back? It's really silly. Like, why does she trust this random druid? It makes no sense. It's like if we had some long, you know, long-standing relationship, long conversation over a pot of stew, much like we did with Lorath, over why Lilith needs to be destroyed and how she thinks she can do it, and who we are, and we tell who we are, and the powers we wield. That would be something, but we don't know each other from Adam. Or rather, Lilith. And we could be some level 1 schmuck with no abilities. Just like those villagers who had the visions of Lilith. Who had no power at all. It's rather ridiculous. MNC Gamer is almost enough for VIP. Huzzah! Problem is, you won't be able to get the VIP badge on top of mod, I'm afraid, so... But, I will be able to say, you are VIP. Get it. How are you liking Druid? I think the same as I'm liking any of the melee classes in this game. Like, it's cool that you get to be a werebear and shoot lightning, but at the same time, you don't get access to a lot of abilities. I did try a little bit of the barbarian the other day, and it's just as slow going. Hello. Could I take this? There's a boss in there.
I cannot.
Join a boss encounter. Wait, what? Try thorns with a barbarian. It's quite fun, just being hit and they die. True. I mean, it is fun. I'm just saying. The one drawback is that there are not a lot of abilities you can use at a time. My goodness. Herald of Lilith is destroying me. I'm used to Diablo 3, where you just, like, you kill a few mobs for a little bit, like in Act 1. You go into the first dungeon, and then by the time you come out of it, you're like level 20. And all of your skills are unlocked, and all of your buttons are placed. And it's just a matter of continuing to play. You've basically beaten the game. You can use whatever skills you want. With this game, you have to be very careful with the skill choices, because you can only use one at a time. You can only level one at a time, and they're very weak if you don't level them up, as you can see. Immunity! Huzzah for that. Yeah, I like ability spamming. Like all the abilities. Like I should have all my buttons stacked. Just pressing them all at once and all the time. That's fun to me in a Diablo game. More fun anyway. But at the same time, the basic gameplay is very fun anyway. Even without that. I do find Thorns builds to be very boring. That's why I'm saying such. Oh, I got out of it. Nice. Just stop going in there. I guess I can do this. I have no healing. Oh, there it is. Oh, tried to evade in time.
I must wait a moment.
Get out of the slowing field, you succubus. What in the world? She keeps going away. Can't hit her while she's in there, can I? Oh, I have to kill the fire orbs? Alright. Come back! Man, I still got hit. I was outside of that. Yeah. Almost.
Not ready yet.
Come back. Got her! Almost died, but didn't. Whew. Charles wins again! Yes! Yeah, I'm an enjoyer of active combat, not passive combat. Okay. Huzzah. Ooh, thorned pants. Well, there are some thorns. A lot more armor. I like maximum life, but... oh well. Better pants are better pants. We have no rare pants or gloves. Or helms. But we did it. That was a tough boss. Definitely a lot of avoidance mechanics there.
Why was a demon guarding that book?
That's probably the book we need.
Back to Norel.
Yeah. Wait. Now it says these are better. Visceral runners. Oh, I guess I just got those. Okay, good. Even better pants than what we were wearing before. Now we have rare pants. Huzzah. Such rare trousers. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I need to take a break and go outside. Touch some grass. I do. That was a long boss fight. And I need some air. I also probably need some coffee. So, please. Take a break yourselves. Stretch. Get some water. Whatever. And I'll be right back after these quick messages. Or rather, probably about 15 minutes to 20 minutes. And we'll continue. Alright? Alright. I'll be right back. Friends, don't go away. The adventures always continue, and Charles always comes back. I'm gonna turn on some music. Because why not? You know, we might as well... how do we do this? Turn off the sound for now. Turn on that music. And away we go. The springtime lo-fi music to study by. There you are. Very nice. Charles shall